Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2020 Taxation is Theft Fest. I am Dre, your host for this next coming segment for the next few guests. Let's welcome Dave Champion. Dave is going to be talking with us about shattering the myths, how the IRS is ripping you off. Dave is the author of the best-selling, most authoritative book in America, Revealing the Truth of Income Tax. Dave was born and raised in the San Fernando Valley in California. Let's welcome Dave to the show.
Thank you, Dre. How are you today?
Hi, how are you?
I'm spectacular, thank you. And thanks for having me today.
Absolutely. So, what do you have for us today? I'm sorry, I just woke up from a nap. I had
Well, I'm pretty sure that Daniel wanted us to have a conversation about the truth of the income tax, because of course, one of Daniel's macro themes is taxation is theft. And while I probably deviate from that perspective a little bit, because I do believe that if we are to have some sort of a community activities need to be funded at some level somehow. So having said that, my area of expertise is who Congress has actually imposed the income tax upon and who Congress has not imposed the income tax upon. And I say that to draw a stark distinction between the two, because the vast majority of Americans have never read a single word of tax law in their lives, not a word. And yet they believe, emphasis on believe, that they are a person upon whom Congress has imposed the income tax, when in reality, the number of Americans upon whom Congress has imposed the income tax is almost assuredly less than 3% of the population. And that imposition of the tax on them is based on activities they're involved in, which do not include getting up in the morning and earning a living.
So what would those be? What would be a couple of examples of those?
Okay, so when we look at the income tax, and by the way, I should say when we look at the income tax, in order to look at it completely, we have to begin back in 1895 with the Pollock ruling, and then we come all the way forward through 1913 when they enacted what we know now as the Internal Revenue Code, and then all the laws and the statutes and the regs and the Treasury orders and Treasury decisions and so forth all the way through. That's what I mean when I say we need to look at what the tax laws say. And the bottom line is, cutting to the chase, that Congress has imposed the income tax on just three classes of persons. And one is U.S. citizens residing abroad with foreign earned income. The second category is foreign corporations with U.S. source income. And the third category is foreign individuals deriving U.S. source income. The only codicil to this, and this is the equation where I was saying the less than 3% part, is that Congress has made certain Americans liable for, in other words, they have to pay the tax, that the non-resident alien owes on his U.S. source income. And to quickly address that, if, let's say, I'm a stock brokerage firm and somebody from Brazil has a stock trading account, then what I have to do, I collect the payments from the companies in which the stocks are invested. I look at the total of the dividends. When I go to pay it out to the Brazilian fellow in Brazil, tax law requires me as the last, we'll just call it American, the law is a bit more specific, but as the last American with it, Congress says I have to withhold the income tax from the U.S. source income being paid over to the Brazilian cat, because once the money went to him, he's in Brazil. Why would he bother to pay? So that is the tiny, tiny, tiny part of the American population that is made liable for the income tax.
Well, that doesn't quite seem fair, does it? Considering there's so many of us.
Right. And it's funny because you've probably heard time and again that the income tax is unconstitutional. And that is 100% false. It is totally constitutional. When people say it's unconstitutional, what they really mean is it's unconstitutional to be applied to me, or it's unconstitutional applied to all these people I see when I go out and I go to the movies and I go to restaurants. All these people, they don't owe income tax because it's unconstitutional. Well, it's totally constitutional. The only reason that those people pay the income tax is out of ignorance. And Daniel has a copy of my book, Income Tax Shattering the Myths. And it's been out for more than a decade now, almost 11 years. It has received, and this is an absolute factual statement, it has received 100% positive reviews over almost 11 years. Who can say that in the internet age?
Right.
And the reason for that is because once somebody reads Income Tax Shattering the Myths, there's no way to unknow what you discover. And I would say the predominant emotion people have when they're done with Income Tax Shattering the Myths is anger, because they realize that the federal government has been scamming the public all along, because everything that's in the book is information provided from the government about the income tax. It's the government's internal documents that they were hoping people would never get their hands on, and I managed to get my hands on them. It's the Treasury orders that they've been publishing for 100 years. It's the Treasury decisions they've been publishing for 100 years. It's the actual language of the statute that nobody bothers to read. So it's all there. It all presents the same exact message, which is what I started with by describing upon whom the tax has been imposed. It all contains the same exact message. All you have to do is break it down into its constituent parts, as I've done in Income Tax Shattering the Myths, and read it. I was naive when I wrote it, because my thinking was, if somebody takes all of this information, it took me from the day I started researching it until the day I wrote that book was 17 years. Okay. So my thinking was, okay, if people have to go through what I've gone through, and they have to invest this amount of time, and I had some ugly encounters with the IRS in the early days before I knew the truth and what I was doing and all of the detail and all that. If everybody has to follow that path, I mean, no one's ever going to learn the truth, because no one wants to go through that. So I'm going to write this book, and I'm going to put all the law, all the facts, all the history in this one compendium that anyone can read. And when they're done with 400 pages, they know the truth, and they can never unknow the truth. So I was under the impression that if somebody created that sort of compendium, that resource, man, this would take off like wildfire. Every American would want to know. And I was wrong. Most Americans don't want to know. So that's where we are today.
That is the sad truth of it when you get into this liberty movement, whether it's in this leg of it or that. There's a lot of people that do not want to see the truth, do not want to know just how free they really can be. And that is sad when you realize that. But, I think that there's plenty of people out there that would love to know how they can reduce government encroachment in their life. And especially in this way, who doesn't want to keep more of their own hard-earned money? Did I freeze? What happened? Uh-oh. All right, guys. I don't know if I froze or if Dave froze, but we'll just try and figure this out and get back with you as soon as we can. I hope everyone is enjoying the first annual Taxationist Theft Fest. Howdy, Becky Jean. Shane Lackey. Let's see who else is in here right now. Oh, Dennis Grace. Oh, good deal. You guys can still hear me. It must be Dave. Maybe we've got another rural person here. I got to take a drink now. Yep, we're having technical difficulties on Dave's end. So I can't juggle, guys. Sorry. And there's no room for me to do cartwheels right now. Hey, Marcus James Wilkins. Now that we have an audience, our guest is gone. Hey, Stephen Fountain. Well, thanks for joining, guys. We've got a whole huge lineup. My next guest after Dave is going to be Zoltan Istvan. He'll be talking transhumanism. After that will be John McAfee. So I'm excited to talk to both of those gentlemen. They're both very interesting and very, very, very interesting characters. I'll say that much. I'm excited. So you guys stick with us. I love that everybody's tuning in. I appreciate the comments, and we'll see what we can figure out with the Dave here in a second. So, oh, it looks like Dave's coming back. Hey.
Yes, there we are. I've been
Awesome.
back from my perspective for about 2 minutes, but I'm like, okay. All right. So where did you want to go with this, Trey?
Wherever you want to go. This is your talk and your time. So whatever you have to lay on us, we're here to learn and listen.
Okay, great. So why is it, we'll give your audience who has not read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, we'll give your audience a quick overview. Why is it that Americans, which includes tax professionals, by the way, I've had attorneys read Income Tax Shattering the Myths and they say, we totally agree with everything that's in there and its conclusions. We would just be very uncomfortable taking this before a judge because it's so adverse to how the law has always been looked at. So the point is, if we're looking to the courts for this, we're looking in the wrong direction. And the American people need to learn the truth. I should say also, I have not filed an income tax return or paid a penny of income tax in 27 years. I am extremely vocal. I am, of course, the author of Income Tax Shattering the Myths. I do radio shows, internet shows, and television shows all across the country talking about this topic. And here I am, free, breathing free air. So I say that to make the point to the audience that they don't have to fear going to jail. Have people gone to jail? Yes, they have. They have all been using kooky or invalid legal arguments. So Wesley Snipes is a perfect example. He was using something called the 861 argument, and off to prison he went. The reality is that, again, Income Tax Shattering the Myths has been around for 11 years, and the information shared in that book has been around for a lot longer than that. Anybody who's actually relied on the law, such as myself, the government just lets you walk away. But you have to know what the law says and be obedient to the law, which is super, super simple to do. So why are people confused, including these tax professionals? Okay, so the income tax essentially has 3 chapters. And the first 2 chapters are what I refer to as the rules of computation. If this situation exists, in this situation exists, then it's modified by that circumstance and so forth. This is how the equation works out. Okay? But what chapters 1 and 2 never discuss is actually who the tax is imposed upon, right? That's why I refer to them as the rules of computation, because chapters 1 and 2, if you want to know how to correctly figure your taxes on a tax return, that's where you go to look, chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 3 is entitled Tax on Non-Resident Aliens and Foreign Corporations. So you can imagine, it doesn't matter whether you're Joe Sixpack or somebody who has an accounting degree. They get to chapter 3 and they see, oh, this is the tax on non-resident. And they immediately tune out. They're like, well, that's not me. Right? It's not you. But chapter 3, the income tax upon non-resident aliens and foreign corporations, chapter 3 is where we find, I would say Congress hid them, but it's actually the National Archives and Records Administration that codifies that. But that's where the law, where Congress says, this is the person upon whom it's imposed, and this is the other person upon whom it's imposed. That's all very clear, shockingly clear in chapter 3. You can't find any of that in chapters 1 and 2. Yet, the way the mind thinks, everybody focuses on chapters 1 and 2. When they get to chapter 3, because of its title, they say, okay, no reason for me to read that. That doesn't apply to me. Mm-hmm. So that's a very superficial explanation for the difficulty there is in getting people to actually look at the law. And of course, the tax code is voluminous. So, and people don't understand law. And I certainly appreciate all of those things. And somebody should not have to train themselves up to the standard of an attorney in order to determine whether or not they owe income tax. But sadly, that is the case if somebody wants to just go from not knowing anything to spending years and years and years and years doing the research. They need to actually educate themselves up to the standard of an attorney. That's another reason that I wrote Income Tax Shattering the Myths, because it's all laid out. I mean, it's law, but it's all laid out and formatted and explained in a way that every single person in America, I know guys that have had their junior high school students read it, and they said at the end, "Did you understand it?" They were like, "Yeah, totally, Dad." It's not difficult to understand once all the pieces are laid out straight, and you can run right through and say, "Oh, I get it." So as the author, yeah, I want people to buy the book, and I make a few bucks on it. And that's a great thing. But the far more important aspect of this is that there are, according to the government, about 100 million people in America who file income tax returns. And the overwhelming majority of those, 97 million, 98 million, whatever the precise number is, Congress has never imposed it upon them, and they don't owe a single penny. So what you said, Dre, about people oftentimes don't want to understand how free they could be, it's a little shocking. And I agree. By the way, if you'd asked me, if you'd said that statement 25 years ago, I probably would have said, no, that's not true. Everybody wants to be free. Here we are in 2020, especially with what's going on now. And I have to look around and say very few people actually want to be free.
Right.
But my thinking is, if you're not going to get in trouble, and you're not going to go to jail, and you don't have to go to court and tangle with the IRS, or all these things that intimidate people and that what causes them to go ahead and file income tax returns. If people understood by following the law, none of that happens. You will never hear from the government again, at least concerning taxation. And you can keep 100% of what's yours because Congress has never taxed your money. If people could grasp, and they've been so socialized, and this is really a disheartening part about it, that society on the whole has been so socialized to believe that X is true, when in fact X is a falsehood. And the only reason they don't know that is because they're unwilling to spend the time, which I understand in decades earlier, there was a lot of time involved, but now the time to read a 400-page book and say, I don't have to tangle with the government. I don't have to be in fear. I don't have to fight them. I don't have to worry about being audited. I don't ever have to file another tax return. I don't have to do any of that because I read a 400-page book and I know what the law says now, and I know how to safely walk away. I want those 97 or 98 million people who are anticipated to file every year. I want all of them to know they don't have to do that. And it's not a struggle. It's not a fight. You don't have to tangle with the government. The government will let you walk away once you know the law.
So, Dave, what is your background? Are you an attorney? You're obviously a tax specialist. I'm sorry. I read so many bios in the last 2 days getting ready for this. We have so many guests. I can't keep everybody totally straight. Oh no. Did Dave freeze again, guys? I think I can hear something. All right. Dave's having connectivity issues again, it looks like, guys. We'll give him a couple minutes. And we will address these long comments that have just come in after we get him back.
I'm back.
Awesome. Okay. So, Raptor, do you want to put Ricky Morris's comment up there at 318? Thank you. Can you read that?
Once I get my Walmart readers on, yes.
All right. I figured
Okay.
we'd address some comments real quick. Okay. So,
Well, I get what Ricky's saying, and there is a reason that the income tax and the Federal Reserve Act were both enacted by Congress in 1913. They are integrally related, and that's probably more far afield than we want to go today. But in reality, the Federal Reserve did not impose the income tax. Congress chose, the people's representatives chose to impose the income tax. The good news is, though, it hasn't been imposed on the vast majority of Americans. So people who are upset about what they consider to be the imposition of the income tax, from my perspective, knowing what I know, they need to just stop being upset and read a book. And that way they will never be upset. Well, they'll be upset that the scam is going, but they won't be upset in the sense that they are being taken advantage of. Most people, especially if they have they care about their country, they care about their community, what they end up being upset about in the long run is that the government is taking advantage of all these other people who won't take time to read a book. And if they remain, what was that Jefferson said? I'm paraphrasing: a people who wish to remain ignorant and free wish for something that has never been. That applies completely to the income tax. You can simply safely walk away, but you have to read a book. And it just blows my mind that out of the 332 million Americans, I mean, I've sold tens of thousands of copies, and that's a good thing. But the idea that I've only sold tens of thousands of copies in a nation of 332 million with almost 100 million filing income tax returns, or 100 million actually filing tax returns, the fact that I've only sold tens of thousands is disturbing. And it speaks to what you were saying, Dre, that if it takes just this much effort to be free, that's not worth it.
That's sad. Yeah.
Oh, I'll give you a parallel, though. This is not just with taxation. I wrote a book on human physiology called Body Science, right? And it is a groundbreaking work. It looks at physiology, human physiology, from a way that the mainstream medical world does not look at human physiology. And it's all buttressed with facts and all the science. And it marches you through, and it shows you what our bodies are genetically coded to do and not do. And it tracks down what we do to our bodies to create chronic disease. We voluntarily create chronic disease in our body. I wrote that book. It came out in November of last year, and I would say, from my perspective, it's a success. But it's applicable to 8 billion people living on the planet, right? So I look at how it could change the course of human history as far as chronic disease is concerned. And especially in Western society, we are in the worst health crisis the world has ever known. We have a higher percentage of our population, especially here in the US, with chronic disease than at any time in the history of the world. With technology advancing and medicine advancing, the health of the American people is continuing downward. And all somebody has to do is read Body Science, and it's like, oh, it's just like income tax, shattering the myths for the income tax. It's like, oh, I totally get it now. Now I know how to change directions. It's simple, it's easy, and I'll do. Obviously, nowhere near 8 billion people have purchased Body Science. So my point is, it seems that if a message is something that contradicts the establishment narrative, most people, even those that fancy themselves libertarian, if something is in conflict with the establishment narrative, most Americans don't want to know.
So we had a comment come up a minute ago, and this is something I was kind of wondering about myself. Withholding by employers is the elephant in the room. How do you get around that part of it? Because it's one thing to not file taxes or whatever, but it's another thing to get that money to begin with, to get 100% of your pay from your employer. How do you get that?
Okay, that is one of the big obstacles. Let me start by saying that right off the bat. In order to address that, just a couple of months back, I released a document called the Withholding Handbook. And the Withholding Handbook is intended because even people who read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, not everybody's articulate, not everybody has instant recall, not everybody's been doing this for 25 years as I have. So I understand sometimes it can be intimidating to sit down in the room with a company accountant or the company CFO and say, I don't want you to withhold, and here's why. And it's not that it's just like, I want you to stop withholding. You don't have any legal authority to withhold, so knock it off. I understand that can be challenging for people to say. So I came out with the withholding guide, which I had one here in front of me to show you. It's short, it's about 14 pages. And when somebody approaches their HR department or the payroll department or their CFO or whomever they're sitting across the desk from chatting, they can rely on this document and they can hand it to the people on the other side and say, look, I don't pretend to be the absolute expert in this. I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not the absolute expert. But that information that I just handed you, that is written by the expert in America on this subject matter. And it's crystal clear, and there's nothing to dispute about it. So I'll tell you what, why don't you read that? We don't have to settle this today. Why don't you take time? Can we meet again in 10 days? Can you have read the 14 pages in 10 days? Yeah, okay. So great, let's get our calendars and let's make an appointment to sit down again in 10 days. There's very little that the employer has to say once they've read the handbook. It's either one of two things, and of course I've seen both outcomes. One is, we didn't know this, okay, we're going to stop withholding. The other is, they don't use this language, but it's the same message. We don't care what the law actually says, we're going to just continue violate. Now that we know what the law says, we're just going to continue violating the law and stealing your property. And there are some recourse that people where they can go from there. But I wanted to be clear that gentleman's comment that payroll withholding is an obstacle is absolutely true. Having said that, when I talk about having people far and wide across the country read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, that's because if you had CEOs reading it, CFOs reading it, COOs reading it, you had directors of payroll, you had people in the accounting department, all across the employment spectrum. If they read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, all of this would be over. The problem that we're having at this moment in time, and things have been steadily improving. Believe me, I've been doing this for, like I said, I haven't filed or paid in 27 years, so we'll call it about 30 years I've been at this. Things have improved considerably for the person who knows the truth. And the reason for that is because of the internet primarily. The truth has had the opportunity to get out to more and more and more people. But the ultimate resource, and I'm not saying this because I wrote it, it just happens to be the case at this moment in time, the ultimate resource is Income Tax Shattering the Myths. It is what people often refer to as the Bible on the subject of who Congress has imposed the income tax and who it hasn't. So if somebody says, yeah, but, my answer is, yeah, read the book and then get a couple loaner copies and loan it out to everybody you can. And if you happen to work for a company where somebody's got a great attitude, give them a copy. Hey, read. I'm talking about somebody in the management structure. If they say, if you think they'll read the book, give them a copy of the book. Getting the facts into people's hands is the single best way to end this. And there are some people I know who've read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, and they have been amazing powerhouses of energy in spreading this message. They have made it their life's mission to make sure that more and more Americans know the truth. I wish there was more of those people, because I think people are so comfortable being slaves that it's really tough to, especially if there's any potential discomfort. Okay, that's probably discomfort, oddly enough, in my opinion, is the number one reason we're losing our freedom. People don't want to experience any form of discomfort. Okay? And whenever they tangle with the government, even if it's minimally, they consider that uncomfortable. So since they are comfortable having their money stolen by this false societal narrative about the income tax, they're comfortable with that. And the idea of doing what is right is uncomfortable. We have a problem.
Easier to roll over than to put a foot down. Jarius Martinez says, safe in the cage. Yep, Shane Lakey. So, other than read the book and figure out how not to get your taxes taken out of your employer's check, do you have any other words of wisdom for everybody out there to decrease the amount of taxes that they pay, if any?
Not decrease the amount of taxes that they pay. If somebody is a person upon whom Congress has imposed the income tax, then my view is they should absolutely pay whatever the formula works out that they should pay. What is essential is for people to understand that, they make this much money total. I said that's their salary. And then they have to give this much away to the government. All of that should stay in their bank account. It doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to them. And that's not me hypothesizing or sharing some personal philosophy. That's exactly what the law says. And the only difference between somebody like me and somebody who doesn't understand that is reading a 400-page book. Now, may I share with your audience where they can get Income Tax Shattering the Myths and Body Science and the Withholding Guide? There is also, by the way, a W-9 guide there, and that was written expressly for people who own their own businesses, because they constantly get asked to fill out forms W-9, right? And once they read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, they know the form W-9 has nothing to do with ordinary business between two entities or two people in American society. So instead of having an argument, they can just, once again, instead of handing an employer the Withholding Guide, they hand somebody they're doing business with the W-9 guide. So all four of those are there: Income Tax Shattering the Myths, Body Science, the Withholding Guide, and the W-9 guide. All people have to do is go to Dr. Reality, all one word, drreality.news.
We've
they
got
go
that
there.
flowing across the bottom here.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome.
Of course. Yeah. So I guess we had a question. What about property tax?
By that, I presume this doesn't mean business property tax. I presume the person is speaking of tax upon real property. Okay. So I get this question a lot. And rather than answering it philosophically, I think, because if we talk about it philosophically, we're not going to get anywhere, because everybody's got an opinion. Sure. So I think the way we need to look at it is where the rubber meets the road, the practicality. And taxes upon real property have existed since before the United States existed. The Crown levied taxes upon real property, upon people who own large tracts of land back when the colonies were part of England. Then, after 1776, when we had independence, all of the founding fathers said, this is the way it works. We have to fund government, and so we're going to take a certain amount from landholders every year, and that's going to pay for the common things that we do. Of course, there was very few common things back then, so the demand for revenue was nowhere near what it is today. So my point being in sharing that tiny history lesson is that no one is ever going to win the argument saying 300 years of precedent should be overturned today, because I don't really own my land if I'm taxed. I'm like a forever renter, right? That's what how a lot of people characterize this. And I'm not saying I disagree philosophically. What I'm saying is you're not going to find a court anywhere in the land, a county court, a state court, a federal court, that's going to say, oh yeah, let's take this 300 years of precedent and throw it out the window because this guy says it's not right. Again, not arguing the morality of it, simply saying it's never going to happen. So why go there?
Never say never, Dave. I don't
Well,
know.
If somebody wins that argument, I would be happy to come back here and eat crow and tell you I was completely wrong.
Like I honestly don't have the answer to that. I wish I did, but Lark track something. There has to be a way around that because you have to be able to own your own home. I think it's crazy that you pay, however much a year on top of the price of your home for decades, and it's just never really your own. That just doesn't make sense,
Well, I guess it depends how people look at that. Depends on how libertarian minded they are versus how communally minded they are. What I mean by that is, for instance, oftentimes when I'm on a show like this talking about income tax, somebody will say, well, how do we fund the schools? How do we pay for the roads? How do we pay for any of the infrastructure locally? And of course, none of that's paid for by income tax. So it's a red herring, but they're not really aware of that. What fire departments, police departments, and schools are predominantly paid from is taxes on real property within the community. So I understand there is for somebody who's very strongly libertarian and believes police should be privatized and fire departments should be privatized and there should be no government schools. And I understand that to get rid of property tax is very appealing. For somebody who's communally minded, and they said, no, I want there to be public schools to send my kids. When I hear glass break at 3 o'clock in the morning, I want the cops to show up when I call, and I don't want to bill for that. And I don't want competing police companies to end up in a firefight between themselves, trying to get my business. I don't want my house to burn down while the private fire companies are arguing about who's going to put the fire out, which is literally the truth of how it used to go down. The fire companies would literally, in the middle of the street, engage in violence against one another as the house burned down. Okay? Those activities, which very few people are really aware of today, those activities around the turn of the 20th century is why we have government-funded fire departments today. And of course, one can imagine we see all sorts of law enforcement abuse. And I'm not going to say that it would be better or worse, but if law enforcement was privatized, there would be a whole new direction from which corruption and abuse and illegal violence and so forth would be promulgated. So for people who are communally minded, the idea of doing away with property tax is not appealing. Very, very, very ultra-libertarian, it is appealing. Communally minded, not appealing. My assessment, for what it's worth, is it's a political dead letter, because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say 97, 98% of any community is going to say, I want a fire department when I call, and I want a police department when I call, and I want to send my kids to school, and I don't want these things privatized. So how do we get around that? I mean, I moved out of California 12 years ago. Anyway, I moved out of California because Californians keep voting socialist, okay? And I realized the percentage of people who are voting socialism in California is constantly going up. Okay? And the number of people who have a more open, free market framework and don't want socialism, their numbers are remaining essentially the same, while the number of socialists keeps going up and up and up. And I finally came to the realization, I need to get out of here, because this is a fight I cannot win. It's like me standing in an alley trying to fight 30 guys. I'm not going to win that fight. that's how I see the property tax issue as well. Because the vast majority of people like it just the way it is, you're not going to win it from a voting perspective. And I already addressed how I believe the courts would look at that. So, while, yes, you're right, I was wrong, never say never. I'll say I don't see that as anything I would imagine is going to change anytime soon.
Just because everybody's stuck in a rut.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's that or they think it's the right way. And again, I'm not taking a position on this. I'm just saying I think that's their point of view, that having local government in charge of schooling, having local government provide the cop that comes to your door at 2 a.m, having the local government put the fire out. I believe that they think that's exactly how the world should work. And no one has ever presented them with a practical working model for anything but that. So it's really hard to change people's mind when they have one model, they believe that model is correct, and there has been no alternative model provided in a practical manner. We can talk about it theoretically, but actually like making it work in practice, there's very, very few examples. So I kind of excoriate people who don't want to get educated. But when there's no other model to educate from, I kind of let them off the hook a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's difficult when people are set in their mind one way, but like you said, you don't think that judges would rule against it. However, if we got enough people into a libertarian mindset in regards to taxes, whether it be income tax or property tax or estate tax, for crying out loud,
Right.
to get you coming and going, I think that we could push the needle in a lot of these ways. It's just going to take the time and the effort to make people see it, and it's going to be uncomfortable freedom. And I think a lot of people are okay with that. And I think that if they are willing, like you are, to educate the masses to get comfortable with uncomfortable freedom, that they might get more comfortable with it.
I would love to see people become more what I refer to as libertarian minded. I understand we've taken a long time to get where we are today, which is not where I think we should be. So I'm not looking for an instant overnight solution, but I would sure like to see things start to swing back in the other direction. And I've got to admit, I'm not seeing a lot of that. You're doing a great job here. Daniel does a great job. I'm doing my part. But here's an interesting take. Oh, by the way, you mentioned like gift and estate tax. Okay. By the way, those are linked in the tax code. Gift tax, estate tax, taxes on gambling winnings. This should get some people's attention. All of those have been imposed on the same class as the income tax. So if you're not a person who owes the income tax, you don't owe gift tax, you don't owe estate tax, you don't owe any tax on your gambling winnings and so forth. Having mentioned gambling, I do want to say that the tax upon alcohol is completely legitimate. So I want to be clear about that. So yeah, I'd like to see not only people educate themselves. One way to do that is income tax shattering the myths, but I would like to see them become their own energetic person who feels they need to get the message out. I think the vast majority of people, they take the message in and they feel good about that, and they should, right? Okay, I know the truth now. My mindset is different. I see things more clearly. I don't cotton to this and that I perhaps used to. I think all of that is laudable. The problem is people say, I'm good because I know that, because my mindset has changed. I'm good. Oh, how does that help us change our community? People need to become activists. And if every single person who watched what you do, or every single person who read Income Tax Shattering the Myths, or read Body Science, or whatever they're consuming, if they became activists, I'd like to see. I'm not going to predict what would happen, but I sure like to see what would happen. Unfortunately, most people, they just take in the information and then they feel they're good with that. And that's a shame.
That is a shame. Um, you know, education is where it is, and that is the key to all of this. Uh, unfortunately, it does take reading a couple books. I've seen a couple comments come through that, oh, we just need to read the book. Well, to get any information, you got to consume something, whether it's media, it's going to be media of one form or another, whether it's written word or a video or, you know. So I'm not seeing any more questions for you, Dave. So people, we've got your website here on the thing below for anybody to find your books. Is there anywhere else people can find you and learn more
Sure.
about anything that you're doing?
Sure. Probably my biggest presence is on Facebook. I have a professional page, which is Dr. Reality Dave Champion. And I have almost 150,000 people following me there. And I do a lot of topical videos. And I've been doing videos like crazy, considering the COVID-19 and the incredibly bad data that the governors are working from, and the legal landscape and the physiological landscape and science and facts. So if people are interested in that and they're on Facebook, they can simply look for Dr. Reality Dave Champion and follow me there. If you're a YouTube person, if you don't like Facebook and you're a YouTube person, there is a YouTube channel that by the same name, Dr. Reality Dave Champion. Obviously, Facebook gets a lot more commentaries because I do things in writing as well that don't get posted on YouTube. But all of the videos I do get posted on YouTube. So people can follow my work. And one of the things I pride myself on, I should probably tell the audience this, is facts. Um, every single viewpoint that we have, in my opinion, should be informed by fact. And one of the biggest problems I see with our culture right now, with our country right now, is that people, they hold opinions without doing a shred of research. And it's not just that they hold an opinion out of ignorance. If I can go a step further, in many cases, they are blatantly arrogant about their ignorance. And that is such a large percentage of the population, I believe, at this point in our country's history. It's hard to know where to go with that. I have people who follow the Dr. Reality page on Facebook and YouTube who say, I no longer tune into the dominant media because, Dave, you're the only person I know that uses facts, rational thought, logic, science, and breaks it all down and presents it without a biased viewpoint. In other words, I don't start with a viewpoint and then use confirmation bias to build the argument. I start in a neutral position and I bring all of the data that I can possibly find together, and I let the data, I let the science, I let the facts inform me of what position I hold, and then I share that with my audience.
Very good. Well, we look forward to hearing more from you. And it was great to get to know you and hear everything that you have to say about the IRS tax code.
Thank you, Dre. I appreciate you having me today.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Meet us back here at the top of the hour with Zoltan Istvan, transhumanist. I'll be back here with you as well. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. I am your host, Dre. And next up is Zoltan Istvan. He's going to come talk to us about transhumanism. Mr. Istvan is a world recognized leader in the transhumanist movement. He is running as vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party and was a Libertarian Party endorsed 2018 candidate for California governor. Let's welcome Zoltan.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. You hear me okay and everything?
Yeah, you're coming through great.
All right, great. Well, I'm going to speak about 15, 20 minutes on transhumanism, and then if anyone has any questions, I was told that we might be able to do a short Q&A for my 30-minute slot. But as
Absolutely.
I was introduced, my name is Zoltan Istvan, and I'm a transhumanist. Some of you might not know what a transhumanist is. Transhumanism is a social movement now of many millions of people around the world that want to use science and technology to radically modify the human being and also to modify the human experience. It can be anything from exoskeleton suits that allow people to get out of wheelchairs and walk. It can be things from like brain implants that might allow you to commune with artificial intelligence in the cloud. It can be things like genetic editing that allow you to cure cancer and stuff like that. Now, libertarianism and transhumanism have always gone hand in hand. In fact, transhumanism, the movement, started in the 1990s by some California philosophers, was ultimately a libertarian-led movement to begin with, because we were really, people were trying to sort of break out of the bounds of government control of science and also conservative control and just sort of any type of control of science, as you kind of know, for those in the libertarian movement, that government has a way of trying to always slow down progress. And that's something that us libertarians despise. And before I get too much into transhumanism, I want to just kind of give you a little bit of history on who I am, what part I've played in the movement, what I'm doing now for the Libertarian Party. I'm running for vice president and have been now for a few months for the Libertarian Party nomination in 2020, and also just how I've been what I've been doing on a national scale in transhumanism. I began my career at National Geographic as a journalist in my early 20s. I'm now 47. I worked there for about 5 years and built a reputation covering a lot of different kinds of issues. I mostly, well, at least partially, was a conflict zone and war zone reporter. So I saw a lot of terrible things. One of the reasons I became a libertarian is because I saw what war zones can do. And I'm pretty anti-war to begin with. A huge part of my platform is reducing the military so we don't get ourselves in crazy foreign conflicts where we waste a lot of money and especially a lot of lives. But I had a very close call with a landmine in Vietnam that I almost stepped on covering a story for National Geographic. And it scared me so much that I really wanted to do something about the problem of death. It sounds kind of wild and crazy if you're not familiar with the anti-aging movement, but there are now, literally over $100 billion being put into people that want to overcome death, a lot of them from billionaires in Silicon Valley. But the idea is 20, 30 years ago, people started realizing it was just a matter of time before we were going to be able to rejuvenate our aging process and make it so that we don't have to age anymore, as well as overcome biological death, either through 3D printed organs or stem cell injections or genetic editing or just reversing our DNA so we don't age. Either way, there's now billions of dollars flowing into this field. And a lot of people, a lot of experts, gerontologists, and everybody think that probably within 20 to 30 years, we have a very good chance of stopping aging and therefore stopping death, just either through rejuvenation technologies. And, most people die through organ failure. So we'll be able to either 3D print organs out. Of course, this is very important for libertarians because it changes a lot of politics when you talk about things like people staying 40 years at 40 years age and not having to age, things like Social Security, things like paying taxes. And of course, amongst all these improvements in the scientific world and transhumanist world are also the automation and widespread use of robotics, which eventually will probably replace a lot of labor. And that also has a lot of, political ramifications for libertarians and how we deal with the future. But through this incident that I had in Vietnam with the landmine, I got so scared after almost dying that I dedicated myself to joining the transhumanist movement and trying to help find a cure for death, which I have now been doing. And one of the very first things I did as a writer is I wrote the Transhumanist Wager. Now, some of you might know this. this is probably one of the best libertarian selling novels of this century so far. It's been compared over 1,000 times to Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, #1 bestseller in science fiction, #1 bestseller in philosophy. Just has done very well. A lot of people dislike it because it is so strongly libertarian. And also secular. It's quite non-religious. But that said, it's a really good book. So if you haven't read and you're looking for a good novel, especially in the Ayn Rand kind of vein, this is like a modern version of Atlas Shrugged, except it involves a lot of transhumanist technology stuff that Mrs. Rand had not known anything really about. But I wrote the book and it quickly did very well and sort of launched a public career for me in the transhumanist field, where now I've gone around talking, giving lectures all around the world before coronavirus. And I've had the opportunity to consult with various governments. I've consulted with the United States military, consulted with the government of Dubai, United Arab Emirates, met presidents, been on stage with heads of state and stuff like that, discussing some of these radical technologies that are coming through the pipeline. And I've also, as a journalist, continued to write. So I had a column at Vice, a Huffington Post, places like that. Most recently, I've been writing for the New York Times opinion section. So if you want to see, for example, my latest article out about 10 days ago was on the freedom of surfing. And, surfing's been on lockdown. And well, it may seem strange to libertarians if you don't live on the coast. Those of us who do surf, there are 35 million of us around the world, haven't been able to get out into the water because the beach has been closed. So I wrote an article arguing that we should be allowing surfing during this coronavirus time. But as a journalist and with the book, I was able to launch a career promoting transhumanism around the world. And this led to a growth of the movement because I became essentially the only mainstream journalist of the movement writing endless articles. So now I've written about 250 opinion pieces for transhumanism over the last 6-7 years that have been very widespread, all in major media, covering topics from transhumanism, sex, to, what does it mean to overcome death, to, what is the future of sex robots, and, just an enormous amount of different things, genetic editing, and how will that affect the Cold War, and what do we do with an administration, like Trump and Vice President Pence, that actually are sort of against genetic editing. And, they're sort of very religiously conservative, and they don't want to be changing the human body, whereas the majority of libertarians want to change the human body, or want at least the right to change the human body, and shouldn't have the government telling them what they can do and what they cannot do. And I've gone through, these periods over the last 5-6 years where I've run a number of political campaigns. I was the 2016 presidential candidate of the Transhumanist Party, which is a small science political party. I was also the 2008 and endorsed 2018 gubernatorial candidate for the Libertarian Party. And now I'm running for the vice presidency of the Libertarian Party in 2020, and we have our nomination process. Unfortunately, without actually getting into the convention, it's a long shot for myself. But I do have, of all the vice presidential candidates, certainly the highest national profile. That said, Larry Sharpe seems to be the one who's most favored, and I do know that he's a good guy. That said, maybe people will vote for me and come out as I. One of the things that has happened about transhumanism is I've been able to show up on television and write articles and push this idea that we can overcome death, that we can revolutionize our bodies, that we can do things like create brand new sporting events through different types of exoskeleton technology, or even endoskeleton technology, where we attach pieces to our insides and make them ourselves essentially cyborgs. This is a very radical type of idea, and yet, because of disability out there, this stuff is already happening. For example, it's a very good chance that people in the Special Olympics or the Paralympics, within 10 years, will have people who have no legs that will run as fast as the fastest Olympic runners with normal, healthy legs. And the reason is because they'll be using either blades or exoskeleton technology or other types of robotic technologies that allow people to do those things. In fact, I wrote an article recently for the New York Times on what we call the Cyborg Olympics, also happening. Well, it might be happening now in 2021, but because of coronavirus. But the idea is that there are a lot of different types of technologies for disabled people that are allowing them to compete. And it's only a matter of time before those technologies allow them to be more competitive in the sports that most natural and able-bodied people can do, such as running or swimming and things like, or jumping or things like that. And of course, it's already kind of a fact of life that there are robots out there that can climb stairs better than 70-80% of the human population. Probably in 3 years, it'll be able to climb stairs, climb Mount Everest, and things like that, better than any human being on the planet Earth. This is the fate of transhumanism. This is kind of the specter of where the world is going, for better or worse. Now, I know a lot of it may seem controversial, and I've had the honor of kind of representing the movement as one of its main spokespersons for a long time, and also seen this technology grow. Like, some of the classic players are Elon Musk, who now has Neuralink, a company that is trying to connect your brainwaves directly to artificial intelligence so that you don't have to do an interview like this in front of an iPhone. The interview takes place in front of your head. Now, of course, there's all sorts of radical privacy issues with that, but libertarians shouldn't be afraid just because there are some issues. We should be leading the ground game because the Democrats and Republicans certainly aren't. They're just like, oh, wow, this is too weird. But libertarians have an opportunity with transhumanist technology to really take the ball and run with it and say, well, we're the political party. We're the people that understand that technology is something that shouldn't be bound by government control, by control of anything. We should let people do what they want to do with their bodies, as long as it's not hurting somebody. That we call that morphological freedom in the transhumanism movement. And that's why transhumanism is ultimately somewhat of a strong libertarian bias, is because of this concept of morphological freedom, the right that we want to ensure that anyone can do whatever they want to themselves, so long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, which is quite similar to the libertarians' non-aggression principle. But the idea is that transhumanism is growing so fast. There are so many incredible things happening besides the fact that, like, 20, 30 years we might overcome death. We have things like artificial intelligence. Some of the fastest supercomputers can already do something like 300,000 trillion calculations per second. I'm not sure if you've kept up with the artificial intelligence super computer war, but every few years America takes a leap, and then China comes up and takes a leap, and then we take a leap. But the fact is, these things are now doing trillions of calculations per second, and we're coming to a point when it's just, once we get the software, we're going to be creating intelligences as smart as us, and certainly far smarter, which brings up even more difficult challenges with the libertarian ideology, because you have to ask yourself, should we be giving complete freedom to a machine intelligence that could be dramatically smarter than us? And right now I've been always on the side of there should be no government control of technology. We should just let this kind of unfold. However, artificial intelligence does pose a very strict challenge. Well, at this point, I still support 100% just letting people do what they want. But if we ever come to a Terminator solution, that's when we maybe, sort of like coronavirus, we don't just let coronavirus do what it needs. We need to develop maybe some safeguards to artificial intelligence. Genetic editing, though, is quite different. We have the ability to make ourselves stronger, better, to design our baby age. And I completely, fully support this. Now, certain countries around the world have done moratoriums on these types of technology, including America, like, oh, let's be careful of, changing eye colors, be careful of changing hair color. Let's be careful of, making it so that somebody's not going to get cancer when they're age 40 because we've messed with the embryo. Well, I completely support the libertarian perspective of just letting the designer baby age happen. And hopefully we can create better people. We can create an opportunity where the human species can improve himself and has the freedom to do so. It's not like we're forcing this technology on anyone. We just want the right to do it. But all these things combined have made an interesting vice presidential campaign for myself, as I've gone out and done interviews endlessly and wrote about this stuff endlessly. Reason just covered me a lot of my ideas on privacy and facial recognition recently as another whole, big challenging subject that's really starting to affect us. Unfortunately, the coronavirus has made it so that the convention is going to be quite different. It'll be a nominating process online. But if you want to find out more about my work, you can just Google my name, Zoltan Istvan, and libertarianism, and you'll find, I've written an enormous amount of articles, and I've written around 250 opinion pieces in the last 5-6 years. So there's certainly an amount, and definitely look at some of my latest New York Times pieces. And I think what I'll do is, I'm not sure. I don't have my clock on my iPhone here, but I'm wondering how long I've spoken. It looks like I've spoken about 20, maybe 25 minutes. There's a timer. And so I'll be happy to take a few questions if there are any, but thanks so much for hearing me talk about transhumanism.
Of course. I watched a recent interview you did with Johnny Boston. I think it was on just the 12th, just the other day. That was really interesting. This just transhumanism just blows my mind. You know what I mean? It's crazy huge and amazing to think about. And one of the things somebody mentioned in one of the comments, and this is one of the things that I first jumped to when you start talking about brain implants, is who and what has access to that brain implant and where is it being manufactured and by who and who can manipulate it. So obviously the first thing libertarians and people in this comment section goes to is, can the government get control of that? Can they start mind manipulating you?
Well, and that's the big danger. And when people come up to me and say, Zoltan, yeah, because I have a lot of younger sort of supporters, whatnot. What field should I go into? What profession should I study? These kinds of profession should I do? I always say, look, it's going to be cybersecurity. And the reason is that we're going to get these brain implants. I'm not saying you're going to. What I'm saying is Elon Musk and there's other companies like Brian Johnson Colonel. I live in Silicon Valley. I mean, we have literally billions of dollars flowing into these technologies. They're going to come because they're functional from a point of view of being faster and competing against robots. For example, right now, Wall Street's losing a ton of its mid-level traders because algorithms can be done in AI. If we can't combine our brains and our thoughts with artificial intelligence here in the next 5 or 10 years, we will all be replaced when it comes to working. So the best way to fight that is to actually sort of merge with machines. Now, how do we make sure that the security remains our own thoughts? How can we keep not only just the government out, but other people we don't like, enemies, these kinds of things? This is why cybersecurity is going to be the most important, I feel, going forward. I think, but even though it's very challenging for libertarians to say, oh, that someone can get hold of it, you have to understand, like all technologies, if you choose to, through fear, not engage in this technology, and your neighbor, for example, does, and he gets the better job because he knows how to do all these different things that much quicker, that much more functionally, then libertarians will be left behind. I think libertarians should say, let's move forward with this and let's emphasize the privacy, the security, the safeguards against this technology, but utilize it for our best interest, for the species' best interest.
Very good point. I would just fear, unlike my phone, which I can destroy or get rid of. I'm sorry. If it's in your brain, it's a little bit more difficult to get rid of if things go sideways. But I appreciate that you addressing that. I really am interested also in the exoskeletons. Isn't there already some of that function for some folks?
Yes, in fact, one of the most emotional things that I've seen in the last 6 years is seeing someone in a wheelchair who had never been out of a wheelchair since he'd been in an accident 20 years ago, literally on stage, get out after having this kind of apparatus put on him. And if you've never seen that and you've seen somebody suffer in a wheelchair, let's say, oh, I was in a terrible motorcycle accident, I can't get out. And then one day they get out and they can start walking. This is really what transhumanism is about. It's a humanitarian movement. We're after improving your health and improving your longevity. That's it. It's not like we're trying to become great gods or something like that. We're actually just want to make it so people don't suffer and people don't have to, spend their lives in a wheelchair or die from cancer or die because of some kind of terrible tragedy, fixed diseases. That's a main thing about transhumanism. But getting exoskeleton technology and getting people out of wheelchairs and mobile again is incredibly important. Here's a good fact for people to know. About 30% of people around the world have mobility issues. And that's because many of them are senior citizens, including your mothers and fathers. It's not just people in in wheelchairs. So there's a very real need for exoskeleton technology. But it gets even better than that. We're going to have 80-year-olds climbing Mount Everest probably within 10 years because they're going to be able to use this technology to climb anywhere because they're, after all, not doing much work. It's all the machine parts. And, the military is leading a lot with this technology, but it's private companies that are bringing it to the people themselves, to the disabled people, to veterans and stuff like that. And I mean, can you imagine? There's, my New York Times article, part of my article talked about probably within 10 to 15 years, we will have exoskeleton technology that allows us to run so fast, we will run on water. You need to run 78 miles per hour to be able to run on water. And that's how fast these things can move your legs. So you're going to be maybe doing marathons across lakes in 10 or 15 years. That's where this technology goes.
I hear I can catch a cheetah. That's all I hear when I hear 78 miles an hour. I'm down.
There's some people talking about the new big game hunting. It's not this
Mm.
shoot with a gun. It's with a knife, and you go and try to catch big game.
Wow. That would be different. That's a whole new take on big game hunting.
Yeah,
Good
no,
luck.
I mean, transhumanism is gonna bring in a brand new world of sports and activities.
That's for sure. I mean, I can't even imagine. You're talking about climbing Mount Everest. I imagine there'll be some sort of flying apparatus. I mean, why not? You know?
They already have some. If you've seen, they attach these rockets to their arms. I mean, we're coming to that James Bond age where that's out there. It's just really a matter that, unfortunately, the government's getting in the way because of all the the federal aviation issues, not only with drones, but also just with people that want to fly. We've now for about 5 years had these jetpack suits where you can put on and very comfortably fly, to work. The problem, though, again, is always the government interfering and saying, "Oh, you're interrupting all the different waves, and there's too many wires." But we have so many incredible technologies. It's really the best way to move the transhumanist movement forward is actually to try to curb government intervention, because they simply want to stifle everything.
So I'm not totally familiar with what the laws are with drones. I know that I don't know anything. I assume that if one flies over your yard and you smack it down, that's within your right. But
I'm not so sure about that question, but I do know that every single now city, or at least most of them, have different laws, so you can't fly in airspace, and there's privacy issues. But the problem is that for drone operators, getting this forward so that you can order a pizza and getting it to your thing, we should have been doing this long ago. But it's been the government that's been getting in the way of doing these things, and that's a big problem, because I think it's really when you talk about economics, you don't want to keep stifling innovation just because it doesn't fit with your parameters on what the world's supposed to be like. The idea is capitalism in a free market takes place. It knows what it's doing. And unfortunately, drones have been all sorts of issues now with trying to deliver things. Some countries already allow it, but America seems to be kind of on the backtrack because we have all these federal aviation rules and other privacy rules and stuff like that. And of course, some of the rules might make sense, but broadly speaking, when the government gets involved, it tends to stifle innovation.
Yes, we see that at every turn, unfortunately. So yeah, I wish I knew more about that. That's because it seems like an arbitrary rule because we said so. Because
Yes.
It's messing stuff up, and just take our word for it.
Well, that's it. And I think a lot of what government does is arbitrary. They're just it doesn't fit in their little box of thinking, but they forget that capitalism never fits in a box. Capitalism is constantly pushing the edge, and that's what it does. I mean, laissez-faire free markets is something that's always out of the box, and that's why it succeeds. And without that, you have no growth, no innovation, and frankly, that's kind of why China started to kick America's butt. It's because we're not allowing innovation to thrive like we should. And I'm really worried that we're going to wake up here in 5-10 years and America will no longer be the real dominant country in the world if it already hasn't happened. And that really bums me out. And being dominant comes from innovation. That's how you move the world forward. You move it because you're the creator of artificial intelligence. You're the creator of the most radical genetic editing experience. Right now, China has been doing the most radical genetic editing experiments. This is unfortunate for American democracy and America as a whole.
I absolutely agree. So, sir, where can folks find you? And let's see if we've got any questions from the audience.
Yeah, if you're people want to know, my political website for the vice presidency is zoltan2020.com. That's zoltan2020.com. My personal website with all my interviews, I've been on Joe Rogan's show, been on many different shows, a lot of different libertarian ones as well. So go to zoltanishvan.com and you can check out that Dave Rubin, all those fun things. So there's zoltanishvan.com is kind of the personal site, and Zoltan 2020 is the political site.
Oh, you've been on Dave Rubin too?
Yeah, I know Dave Rubin pretty well.
Awesome. Yeah. He's a sweetheart. I got to meet him here when he came in to speak last year or year before. So that's great. I don't have any questions for you at the moment. I do want to thank you for coming. This stuff just blows my mind. It just like I can't even comprehend. I have like a little piece of titanium in here, but that doesn't touch what you guys are talking about. Obviously, this is old school.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, just to give you an idea how far this movement is going, and then I'll let you go. We have biohackers that are probably within 1 to 2 years of taking off a limb electively, like a normally functioning arm, and putting on robotic arms that are already tied to your neural system, because you can already start playing guitar, play drums, pick up beer, do many things with your hands and your limbs. And I'm not talking about a disabled person. I'm like a veteran who might need it. I'm talking about people who want to do this because they're starting to upgrade themselves. And probably within 10 years, we'll have a cyborg arm that, for example, can throw a football better than any football player out there. And we're entering an age that's incredibly complicated, challenging, but also very revolutionary and exciting if you like that kind of science fiction angle. And I think, like, if I leave you with just one last thing, the libertarian kind of movement has an opportunity to take the ball here, because a lot of the Democrats, Republicans won't. They're just kind of too scared, and really run with this idea of science and technology leading the world forward. And it should be free. We should be letting it do that. And this is an opportunity for us to, really, I think, capture new friends, new supporters, and grow the movement. Because I can tell you, the very last thing you want is for a nation like China to control the transhumanist movement, or a very conservative, closed-minded government to control the transhumanist movement. It won't grow, and it'll be all under a big ball of control. What you really need is kind of a libertarian future that says, let's let all this science and technology happen, let's see where it goes, and let's let people make decisions for themselves on it.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure to meet and talk with you. I hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to reset. Be back with John McAfee on Zoom. Thanks.
return, and I haven't for 10 years. I don't know how you can commit fraud. Fraud is lying about your taxes, right? Your income or expenses somehow. If you haven't said anything, if you haven't filed a return, I'm not sure how you could commit fraud. Nevertheless, that's what we're charged with. So we left in January and went to the Bahamas. I knew they would come after us there. They had to do it illegally because in the Bahamas they have no tax, income or otherwise. So not paying it's not a crime, and therefore, by international law, we could not be extradited. And that didn't last long. They came after us. We got out of town 6 hours before we were collected, went to Cuba. We were there for 2 months. The Cuban government grabbed Janice and I and took us to an army base and said, Mr. and Mrs. McAfee, the United States has unofficially asked us to return you. We are disinclined to do so. However, please, you're now a problem and an embarrassment. We're giving you 72 hours to leave Cuba and never return, which we did. We left in just a couple of days. Spent 4 days at sea, didn't tell anybody where we were going. Pulled into the Dominican Republic and were arrested before we could get off the fucking boat. We docked and were surrounded by soldiers. Anybody who's looking for jail experience, by the way, cannot recommend the Dominican Republic. It's way at the bottom, just below American jails, which to my mind are horrific beyond description. The best jail in the world I would recommend would be Mexico. I mean, it's party central in Mexico.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me, yes, it's fantastic. I went in jail there 3 times in 3 different cities. Every one was just spectacular. The same.
In Mexico, see, I always thought it'd be super scary to get arrested in Mexico, so I always watch myself from there.
Well, it depends on what you get arrested for. I mean, you don't want to get arrested for carrying a weapon, firearm in Mexico. I mean, that's some serious shit.
Yeah.
But if you know what you're doing, if you understand the law, the rationale for arresting people, have a little bit of common sense, nothing bad ever happens. 2, 3, 4 days in jail is the most anybody's going to get, unless you've murdered somebody or robbed a bank or tried to assassinate the president. But even that, I think, these days is not much of a crime since everybody tries that. So,
Oh, geez. No, mine would just most likely be drug related, or doing something they don't like down there that's mild.
maybe are we recording it on the air, or is this just?
No, I would not be talking about this if we were on the air.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why not? I'm curious. Why not?
I live in Nebraska. Everything's illegal here still.
You're where in Nebraska?
Uh-huh.
In Nebraska, it's illegal to talk about Mexican jails?
No. It's all the drugs, everything's still illegal. Like marijuana, you can still get a ticket if you have a little bit on you. You could still go to prison.
A ticket? A fucking ticket? Do you understand that my first arrest for marijuana was in the state of Tennessee in 1973? I faced 10 years in prison. Fortunately, it did not happen. Just for possession of what was then called a dangerous narcotic. Seriously, look it up. No, I have no sympathy for people getting goddamn tickets for weed. Please.
I don't either. We're live. I'm back now with John McAfee. So, Mr. McAfee is a lifelong advocate of personal freedom. He has been a vocal critic of privacy invasion and encryption backdoors. In 2016, he ran for president of the United States on a platform of freedom, privacy, and technology. He's running again this year in 2020, this time to draw public attention to blockchain currency revolution, using his reach to encourage individuals to look beyond investing all of the positive social change made by the blockchain. So I'm going to welcome Mr. McAfee to the show now.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, Dre.
So we were talking before the show, before we get live here, about something that we both feel very, very strongly about. I don't want to encroach on your cryptocurrency talk here, but if you want to continue on that, or if you want to get into your talk, totally up to you.
Listen, this is your show. I'm merely here at your convenience. Why don't you tell me which direction you would like to go in, and I will follow.
This is your time to do with as you wish. So if you want to.
Okay, so we were talking. Then let's talk about what we were talking about, because fuck me, that was interesting stuff, right? So, it's no secret I have not paid taxes for 10 years. I haven't filed taxes for 10 years. I have paid well over $50 million in taxes in America alone, and I have not, people, received $50 million in services in exchange. But that's not the reason. I think taxation is simply unconstitutional. So, for the past 10 years, I have simply sent emails to the IRS saying, John McAfee, I'm not filing this year, nor will I ever. You know where I live. No, they paid no attention to me. 2 years ago, when I got on the international stages in Beijing and London and Stockholm and Bucharest and you name it, telling other people how not to pay tax. You don't want to pay taxes? Use cryptocurrency privacy coins like Monero and distributed exchanges. Nobody will know anything about your finances, your income, your expenses. The IRS really didn't care for that. And so on January the 22nd of 2019, they convened a grand jury to charge Janice and I with tax evasion. I don't think just not filing is not evasion. I told them I'm not evading anything. I'm just not filing. I'm not paying. Do what you want. Nevertheless, we found out about it. We were not supposed to. But I am John McAfee. I am the founder of McAfee Antivirus, one of the largest, in fact, if not the largest, computer security firms on the planet. Listen, if I want to find something out, and it's electronic and everything, and the government is electronic these days, and I'm going to find it out. We left 6 days before, grabbed our yacht out of Miami and headed to the Bahamas. Why the Bahamas? Because Bahamas has no income tax, and therefore I cannot be extradited for a crime that does not exist in the country you're trying to extradite me from. I haven't paid income taxes. Well, you don't have income taxes and crime not to pay them, and therefore it took them 4 months, maybe. It was June. Oh no, it was in May. Almost 3 months it took them to bribe the commissioner of police, Paul Roll, of the commissioner of police of the Bahamas. A piece of cake. I mean, America rules the Caribbean. If you don't understand that, well, go back into your mom's basement and shut the door, because I cannot help you. But no, the U.S. rules.
Drop names.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm glad that you're willing to drop names. Here's a guy that here's exactly what his name is, his position, and what city he's in.
No, why not? It's Paul Roll, commissioner of police for the Bahamas out of Nassau. That's the guy. So I don't know what they paid him, but again, being John McAfee, and I have literally minions of people. Many of them I used to be at war with when I was running antivirus software for McAfee. They were my enemies, and now they're my friends. Why? I mean, I respect them. They respect me. In any case, found out we left the Bahamas 6 hours before they came to arrest us all. Our boat, Janice and I, and 6 of our staff, we went to Cuba. I figured Cuba's safe. We were there for less than 2 months, and the Cuban government came and grabbed Janice and I and took us to an army base. And a Cuban general came and said, Mr. McAfee, we are so sorry, but we have a serious problem. America has asked us to send you back to America. We are disinclined to do so. However, you are, as you might expect, now a serious problem and embarrassment to us. We're giving you 72 hours to leave the country and never fucking return. Now, our boat captain had gone to Miami. We didn't have a fucking captain. We had 72 hours to take our yacht, our staff, and prepare it for an ocean voyage, but we did it. And they kept coming twice a day. Mr. McAfee, are you sure you're going to be gone in 43 hours? Finally, I said, listen, if I have to swim to Haiti, I'm going to be gone. Trust me, everything's cool. So we got out 16 or 17 hours to spare. 4.5 days at sea in a fucking storm, 4 large dogs and 9 people on a boat in a storm for 4 days. We pulled into the Dominican Republic. We told nobody where we were going. Nobody. We pulled into the Dominican Republic. The CIA has apparently contacts everywhere. We pulled into port. We were surrounded by internal security forces from the Dominican Republic, reporting directly to the goddamn president, and arrested. They say, Mr. McAfee, we're charging you with bringing weapons into the country without declaring them. I go, well, you didn't give me a goddamn chance. They wouldn't let me talk to customs. I said, first of all, you're illegally on my boat. I'm not in your country until I've cleared immigration and customs. Said, no, you may not talk to those people. And so, but anyway, in the end, they just simply said, Miss McAfee, you must go back to America. Okay, I understand where we are. I had lawyers by then, the Dominican Republic lawyers, 2 of them. And they filed a brief with the Dominican Republic court saying, you can't ship Mr. McAfee anywhere until he has his day in court. But if I had my day in court, we had everything on tape, on video. No, the country would have collapsed, and so would international relations in the Caribbean, because all of this was fucking illegal. And so instead, they said, okay, where do you want to go? And I said, England. I've got a British passport. It was a weekend. I knew that it would be at least 2 days before the U.S. could petition the British government to return me. So I had 48 hours to party. We went to England, and from there we went underground. We've been underground now since July the 21st of 2019, almost a year. This being underground is a lot more fun than being on the run. Now, on the run, we knew they were coming for us, but we were laying on the beach in the Bahamas, thumbing our nose up at America, 86 miles away from us. And yeah, we can't do that anymore. So now nobody knows where we are, not even our closest friends or our family. We don't have smartphones anymore. We can't. Smartphones are the spy devices of all spy devices, and governments are so goddamn smart, they make us pay for them and carry them with us. Now, tell me, who wins? Not us, not people. So we have no phones, no big deal. When we go out, we talk a lot more because we're not looking at our phones. Anyway, I'm sorry, I got off on a total fucking tangent. Very boring. My apologies.
Fine. So
you wanted to talk about what cryptocurrency?
Sure. I was just about to ask if you do go out in public, like wherever you are in the world right now, like you're kind of underground. Do you?
In some places, yes. I mean, we hang out in small towns here and there, and in some of those small towns, they actually know who we are. However, we are almost the sole source of income, and especially after lockdown. And we don't have to worry about anybody fibbing on us or saying the word. Everybody protects us, literally protects us. Other places, yeah, we have to hide, of course, when we go out.
Well, good. I'm glad you found a good place to land for a little while. Yeah, we can totally move on to crypto. I know about this much about crypto.
And I only know that much, so not much more than you. However, would you like to talk crypto, I can certainly do that.
Let's do it.
Let's do that, shall we? Why? Why would I want to talk about cryptocurrency, given the circumstances of my and my wife's existence on the run and hiding? We have, by the way, I've got the governments after me are now America, the Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Belize, and Guatemala. For Janice, it's only America, the Bahamas, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. So she has a way to go. Countries we can never visit again, and who are quite actively wanting to collect us. Yeah, okay, big deal. The world's a big place. But in any case, cryptocurrency, what is cryptocurrency? It's based on a technology called the blockchain. Now, the blockchain is the first world-changing technology that in the past 100 years came from what? The people, ordinary folks like me and you. And what happened to it? It was given to the people through what's called open source. What's open source? In software, the code that you write for your secret little programs, like whether you're Microsoft or Apple or the US military, the writing code belongs to the code writers, meaning Apple, Microsoft, Samsung, the US government, or whatever. Open source means here it is, people. We spent 2 years developing this, but we're giving it away. Why? I don't really know. It sounded good to everybody, including me, and we all fucking do it. Open source. Governments can get it, but they can't own it. Nobody owns an open source technology. Everything in crypto, everything in the blockchain is open source. Now, the blockchain, what is it? It is a technology. Man, it's hard to describe. That creates an immutable record of reality. What's immutable mean? Can't be changed. You cannot go back in and change a record. Not possible. Not mathematically, physically, in any way possible. God, the power of that. Had we had the blockchain at the beginning of recorded history, we would have a different history. I mean, we all know that what is history? It's the story of events as written by the conquerors. Because all events of any importance have the conquered and the conquerors. For example, the conquest of Mexico under the leadership of Fernando Cortez. There's only one written record, and that is the diary of Bernal Diaz de Castillo, the only written record that exists now. Well, he was with Cortez, so I do not expect him to represent the Mayans and the Incas, whose civilization was destroyed by this conquest. No, it's a Spanish goddamn record in the Spanish language. The hundreds of thousands written texts in pictographs that were written and stored by the Mayan civilization over 700 years. What happened to them? All but 4 were burned in huge piles. The 4 that were left, the codices, they're called, the Mayan codices, are in the Vatican. Now, if you want to go and read one, you must get permission and get into the Vatican Library. No, so we've lost the record of one of the greatest civilizations that ever emerged, evolved, and thrived on this planet. Because history is written by conquerors. But no more. We now have a thing called the blockchain, which once you have put a record in there, and we all agree, yeah, that's what happened. We all watched, we saw it. The flying saucer came down and grabbed Donald Trump and took him off to Mars. Okay, cool. We all saw it. We all agree that happened. Can't ever be changed. Can't ever be changed. Might be amended. You might say, well, 2 years later, we discovered that he wasn't really taken to Mars. He was actually taken to Area 51 and sodomized. We don't fucking know. But yes, we can add to, but never, ever change a record. Now, the power of this people, it is a mathematical concept which has never been conceived before, because all records up until the blockchain were not just mutable, changeable, they were changed. How easy is it to go into a ledger and erase an entry and write something else? or to throw the whole ledger away and start new and create one from scratch, which is totally false. Piece of cake. Not with the blockchain. No, the record is there forever. Now, that's power. The first real application of the blockchain was a thing called cryptocurrency. Now, what is cryptocurrency? Based on the blockchain, it is a currency which has two amazing attributes. Number one, permissionless. Permissionless, meaning I don't need anybody's permission to do a transaction. I don't have to go to my bank and get a signature saying, yes, you may wire transfer this money to Iran or Iraq, which, by the way, you cannot to Iraq today. No, I need nobody's permission. And it's trustless, meaning you do not have to even know the person you're dealing with. Given the fact that there are things called smart contracts on these blockchains that take the place of lawyers. They're contracts that require no human intervention or action. They activate on their own. The contract says, listen, the guy's going to give you $20,000 in Monero, which is a cryptocurrency, and you're going to give him your car. Now, we have people who are going to say, yes, the car did arrive. We signed off, and here it is. And then someone says, yes, the money transferred. Okay, the contract is now complete. You get your money, they get the car. Trustless, you need no trust anymore. Good God, the power of permissionless, trustless financial systems. No wonder governments like China and America are going insane trying to stop this madness that belongs to the people called cryptocurrency. Now, this is what you wanted me to talk about. I've just simply given you a background on what it is. I apologize for not actually talking about it. But if you have a question, trust me, I'll be happy to answer.
Well, we just have a couple minutes left, but
Good.
here we are. It just flew by. I'm sorry. So
there you have it.
We'll find you online to get in touch with you. I know you're running. I don't take it you'll be coming to the LNC convention if we have a physical one.
Well, I mean, not unless I'm willing to spend the rest of my life in a dungeon in a federal prison, never to have my voice heard again. No, I'm afraid that won't happen. Nevertheless, there's nothing in the law and the regulations that says I cannot run nor even be elected if such a weird thing should ever happen. No, I don't have to be in America. That's not it. I have to obey certain laws. Be an American citizen born on American soil, which I was in England, but on an American Army base at the end of World War II. I meet all the requirements. Nowhere does it say you must run while residing in Kansas or Washington or anywhere for that matter. It's a loophole, I'm sure, that will be fixed after I have run this election.
So where can people find you, get a hold of you online in the interim here to contact you?
I'm kind of like Donald Trump in that the only thing I'm on is Twitter in terms of social media. I'm sorry, but let's face it. Listen, if you want to do something serious in life, then you got to be on Twitter. Everything else is just, I'm sorry, but again, I've abandoned Facebook and everything else, unfortunately. But at the @ official McAfee Twitter, you can always find me there, and I will answer any query, whether it's through a comment to one of my tweets or through a DM. That's where I hang out.
All right. Well, we will look you up on Twitter and hopefully get to chat with you again, maybe on my show. I host Drunk and Disorderly with a couple other liberty-minded folks. So it was a pleasure to get
Drunk and Disorderly?
Yes.
You definitely need me on that show.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's a perfect
Thank you so much. And listen, as much as I like Dan, truly an admirable person, and he and I certainly are on the same wavelength as far as taxes go, you are infinitely easier to look at. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
I look forward to talking to you again, sir. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Let's
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was a quick break, wasn't it? Oh my gosh, I hope you made it to the restrooms that we found conveniently located in the, well, wherever they are located in your general vicinity, because we're online, right? So maybe you're at the coffee shop, maybe you're in your basement, maybe you're in your living room. Who knows? But man, what an exciting day we've been having, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep our energy and focus going here. Talking to someone that I'm very interested to hear from today, Mr. Killian Hobbs. Killian Hobbs is a Canadian libertarian. He is a Canadian libertarian, and he is a writer and a podcaster, best known for his Bad Arguments series of articles. He's also the managing editor of Being Libertarian. We'll bring you online here, Mr. Hobbs. Welcome.
Hello, hello. How are you doing today?
Fantastic, sir. Welcome to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us, and look forward to what you have to share with us today. So, without further ado, I'll turn the screen over to you. I'll still be here if you need me, but I'll turn the screen over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. So basically for today, I'll just go through a few things for how to argue. That's the main topic that I'm here for. I find that quite often when it comes to libertarian discussions, when it comes to just general human interaction, one of the weaker points that people seem to have is how to argue effectively, how to do so in a way that's actually going to accomplish something rather than just getting blood boiled on both sides, and how to actually craft an argument that's going to hold up under scrutiny. So just to give some background for my qualifications on this, I'm the managing editor, as was mentioned, for Being Libertarian, which covers beinglibertarian.com, think-liberty.com, and the South African publication rationalstandard.com. The podcast that I host is Coffee Shop Philosophy. And as was mentioned, I did the Bad Arguments series of articles, as well as I have a forthcoming book where the pre-order is alive now, a book called Bad Arguments, A Guide to Logic and Winning Debates. Some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about here is going to be stuff from the book, other things are just personal experience, anecdotes, different things like that, so that I can try to break down how I look at argumentation and how you can use some of that information to be a little more effective when you're trying to argue with others or trying to have discussions with others to get them to see your side of the point or your side of the debate. So I like to break this into three basic categories: knowing the game itself, knowing who you're debating against, and then knowing yourself. Normally I organize this a little bit differently, but I think that it'll be, for this type of environment, a little more effective if I start off with the game aspect. So when it comes to knowing the game of an actual of a debate or of an argument, the first thing you need to know is whether you're in a debate or in an argument. It sounds strange that because the terms are usually used in an interchanged way, but there actually is a very key difference. So when you're in a debate, it's a little more formal, a little more civil, a little more point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint, usually a lot more structured. You know, these are the sort of things that you see with actual planned debates where you have people come on podcasts, and then you have the two people going back and forth. There's moderation. There's a lot more structure to what would be considered an actual debate. The majority of us don't get into debates, though. Very rarely are you going to talk to someone who completely disagrees with you on a certain topic, and you're going to have that kind of moderated point counterpoint type of discussion. It's just not the reality of modern human interaction with each other. Most of the interactions we have where we discuss these topics, they'll be, you have friends over at a bar and a topic comes up and you go back and forth. You're going to be in an argument with a family member or a spouse, or most commonly, you're going to be online going back and forth on a Twitter thread or a Facebook thread or something like that, having just back and forth with the person without any type of real structure to it. So I'm going to be focusing on the argument side because there's been thousands and thousands of things written about just debating in and of itself in that formal setting, but that doesn't really apply to the majority of us out here. So one of the first things to know that I find is a very common mistake for people that start to learn argumentation, which is when to call out a fallacy. So what you'll see a lot when it comes to arguments is someone will learn what an ad hominem is, and then every time they see an insult, they'll just throw that, oh, ad hominem, you must be wrong. They'll just throw that out there to try to shut down the argument. Or they'll study a whole bunch of different fallacies, which it's a good thing to have that knowledge and to be aware of it. Don't get me wrong when I say that. But they'll just throw these different types of fallacies out to try to say, okay, so you must have done this, you got this wrong, so therefore my point's right, I don't need to try anymore. When you do this, you come across in a very negative light for anyone that might be observing the discussion, or even to your opponent who may have been a little more amiable when it comes to hearing your points. So if your goal is to just simply dunk on a person and make sure that they're, looked at as wrong, maybe pointing out a lot of these fallacies might help you get there and calling them out by name. If you're just there to toot your own horn, then sure, shouldn't be one of the reasons you get into arguments, but every once in a while you will, so I'm not going to judge on that. But if your purpose is to convert the audience of people that might be watching this discussion, like people that might be scrolling through the chat back and forth if you're on social media having this discussion, or if you're trying to focus your attention on just converting that person, when you call out these types of fallacies, you have to be sure to do it in a way that's palatable to them or palatable to the type of audience that you're dealing with. I'll use a good example for this. Let's use the gun debate, right? We all know the gun right debate. Anyone that's watching a stream called Taxation is Theft, I'm sure is well aware of the kinds of back and forths that happen when it comes to the gun debate. So normally you'll hear a lot of just personal attacks that'll come from people that are on the anti-gun side. They'll say, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. You don't care if children are dying in schools. You don't care if, 10,000 people are killed each day, et cetera, et cetera. You'll hear all these different types of attacks, but they'll be making a bunch of pleas to emotionalism. They'll be making appeals to authority. They'll be attacking you personally, which is the ad hominem, which if you're just kind of sitting back and just throwing these different Latin phrases at them, you're not going to change their minds. And the goal should be to change their mind or to bring them to your side to see where you're coming from. So that's one of those situations where the approach is not going to work. Now you can call out something being wrong. You can say, no, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of people's individual rights. It's a matter of personal defense and the potential lives lost from a lack of personal defense. It's a matter of, not it being a need, but the fact that it being a need, like the fact that it's a right doesn't depend on whether or not it's a need for someone to be able to purchase a firearm and have one in their house or on their person. You don't need to push on what would be the normal talking points for your side. You need to dissect where they're coming from and what they're trying to say and use that to build a case to bring them to your side. And that's when I say you got to watch pulling out these fallacy cards, when you just start learning all these different things, that's when you want to kind of take a step back and really observe the game, because it might win you the small battle in that moment, but it's going to lose you the long-term game. The next part about the game itself is just some basic game theory. Now, I could go on for hours about game theory in and of itself, especially when it comes to argumentation, but I'll keep it very simple for our purposes here. One of the key aspects of game theory is the concept of initiative. So, what I mean here is there's usually only two states that you can be in any type of a game. And an argument is no different than a game in general to begin with. When you're in a discussion, you are either the person with the initiative, so the person who's setting the tone, starting the debate, moving things forward the way that you want them to, or you're the person reacting to the moves of the other person. Now, debates are a little interesting because there's usually you're making your move and a counter move at the same time. You're disproving what they're saying and then saying something to reiterate your point to put them on the defensive. It's important to know where you're at when you're in an argument with someone so that you can see how to flip it back over to you having the control. I'll go back to the gun debate example for this. So you can go in and just say, it's a right, I stand by it, I should be able to have that. It's a constitutional right, the Constitution says I should be able to do this. You can use different points like that as your initial foray into the argument. But at that point, the other person can say, okay, great, it's a part of the Constitution, but the Constitution's just a law and it could be changed like any other. There's already been amendments that have been added and subtracted in the course of the history of the Constitution. Therefore, your argument's wrong, and the fact that you're leaning on that just tells me you care more about guns than lives. Now, before anyone blows up in the comments, I completely and utterly disagree with that sentiment, but I'm using that as an example of something that will most likely be thrown at you if that's your approach, is to just lean solely on the constitutional argument or solely on the rights argument. Because the people that are against these rights, they don't care about that aspect. They could not care less. So that first little blow towards them, they'll just brush off, push aside, and they'll retake that initiative and then start going after you about lives lost or about public safety or about this, that, or the next thing. You can take a bit of a different approach when you have the initiative in that kind of argument. So you could say something to the effect of, I believe that people should be able to have guns to defend themselves, both against a potential tyrannical government, as we've seen in other nations in the world and throughout history, and because in a lot of situations, the current response time for police and other types of security forces simply isn't sufficient to make sure that lives can be protected. When you use a statement like that to start off a gun rights debate, first off, you're pushing aside any arguments they might be able to make that are from an emotional basis. So it's not a matter of you not caring about lives. The whole purpose of your argument is to protect lives because the current systems aren't able to. We know that a 30-minute police response time is not going to protect your family's lives if you have an immediately dangerous situation. We know that time and time again throughout history, governments have become tyrannical, which is one of the reasons why this amendment existed in the first place. By using this type of approach, you can throw multiple points out. You're throwing out counterpoints in advance because you already know the kind of general moves they're going to make, and you've already shut them down. So that limits the kind of arguments that they can throw against you at that point. Because if they're throwing the lives lost thing, well, you've already said it's not a matter of lives lost. That part isn't an aspect of it. It's a matter of protecting lives. You've already covered that. If they start to go into things such as, let's say, the school shooting statistics, one, you can go into the counter statistics, which really show that it's a very minimalistic number considering the population that the US has, or other countries comparative to the total shootings that they have. You can take a look at that and say, well, you know, most people are dying of the, you know, regular flu or falling out of their bed in the morning. It's not as drastic of a thing as it seems. You can use these types of counterpoints down the road, but at this point, you've taken the initiative because you've shut down their early jabs. An important part too, when it comes to the game itself, is intellectual self-defense. So I'm pretty sure people can probably relate to this, where you've been in a discussion with someone, you just chime in on a topic that you happen to see while you're scrolling through Facebook, let's say. You just kind of chime in on the topic, and you get into a back and forth with someone. Not really an argument yet, not really a debate, none of that sort of stuff. But you get into that back and forth with them, and it starts to feel like you're losing. And what I mean there is, you're just throwing points out there, but they are shutting them down, dismissing you as just, being crazy or not understanding what you're talking about, doing the whole, okay, well that makes no sense, but go ahead. Let's hear where this goes. Little tactics like that. An important thing when it comes to intellectual self-defense is to be able to recognize those and then be able to plan for them. So whether it's sophistry, straight up personal attacks against you, or a personal favorite tactic I love seeing people use online where they post thesis long comments in an attempt to just wear you out so that you're not able to address everything that they're saying. Whether they use any of these types of tactics or even a ton of other ones that exist that I go into in a bit more detail in the book there, you want to make sure that you're able to recognize them and be able to either call them out, which a lot of people for some reason in arguments are afraid to call out bad tactics. So if someone is just doing the whole dismissive, well, that part sounds crazy, I don't quite get it, but you know what, go ahead. If they're doing something like that, you can just stop and say, okay, you keep dismissing what I'm saying, so obviously you're not interested in hearing it. If you're actually interested in hearing it, we can continue. If not, then why don't you get to your point and we can move on? If they're being rude and going through personal attacks, you can brush them off and then summarize them at the end, simply saying, okay, you've called me this, you've said that, you've done this, you've said that, you've done this, you've said that, but you haven't actually contributed anything to the discussion. So does that mean you think I'm right? Those little slaps to the face can really reset the argument, because at that point you'll know if the person is literally just trying to troll you, in which case, honestly, unless you have a really vested interest in doing something about the person, you don't need to waste your time on it, which is probably the most important part of any type of self-defense, is knowing when not to fight. If you don't need to have that particular debate or that particular argument with that one person, then you don't need to give them your time. You don't need to waste that emotional labor on them simply because some random with an anime Facebook profile decided that they wanted to call you out on your stance on taxation in the 1930s and its relation to depression. You don't need to put your time into that discussion unless you personally think you're going to be able to get something out of it. And I find that that's a point that a lot of people forget when they get into these, is they just get their blood up, they start going back and forth. But like any other game, once you get your blood up and you stop paying attention to the type of moves you're making and you stop planning what you're trying to say, at that point, if the other opponent has a cooler head, you've lost. The next part that I'll get into, because I mentioned there was 3 here, the next part is knowing the person you're discussing with, so the person you're talking to. Some things to look for with this are things such as the argument styles that they're using. So you can look into, are they arguing from a purely tribalistic perspective? And what I mean by tribalistic is sometimes people will argue for their camp, and they will not pay attention to any kind of cognitive dissonance that they're performing in the course of their argument. They're not going to pay attention to any counterpoints. They're going to wait for you to finish speaking so they can just keep speaking on their point and trying to hammer it out. You could be saying something that they completely agree with, but because you're saying it from the other side, they'll refuse to acknowledge the validity of that point in relation to the actual discussion you're having, if there's even the slightest shimmer that it could mean something negative for their side. A good example of this in recent days is the back and forth about different types of sexual harassment between Biden and Trump. That's a perfect example of it, where both sides are willing to say, well, our guy, ignore what's happening with our guy. However, that other guy, ooh. You see those kinds of back and forths constantly. One personal example I use of this is back from the 2016 election. This is, I think, is just one of the funnier examples that I've had of this in years past. So during the 2016 election, if people remember, there was an entire controversy about Donald Trump making fun of a disabled reporter. That was the way the story went. There's the picture where he's going around, he's got the arm hooked up and everything like that. And the whole story, the whole narration was that he was making fun of the disabled reporter. So I decided to look into it a little more because I was thinking, okay, Trump's done a lot of weird stuff, but going after someone for their disability, that seems a little too far even for that guy. So I take a look into the story a little bit more, and I find that the flailing of the arms around was something that he had done 2 or 3 times prior and twice after as a way of mocking people for being flustered. And he did that while also making fun of there was 2 other reporters and a congressman that he had made fun of in the course of the whole thing. And he was going after the original guy because they had to retract half of a piece that he had originally published. So one is he had done it before and after. 2, the reporter, the name escapes me at the moment, but the reporter's disability meant that his arms were locked in place, which means the flailing wouldn't really have made much sense anyway. So in looking into it, I decided to just take this argument and see where it went with both camps, so to speak. So in talking to Republicans about it, they jumped on it. They jumped on it like soy sauce on rice. They wanted to say, yes, 100%, this proves it. My guy's clear. He's good. He's great. Obviously nothing wrong here. Awesome. Bring it over to the Democrats, and obviously I'm a bootlegger, I'm a bigot. I don't care about this group, that group, the next group, simply because I dared to say something potentially redeeming about Trump. Now, this is where the argument goes a step further, because I wanted to see the change in opinions. We could hold that original argument has its validity, let's say, but when we're talking about the position of the presidency of the United States, a person running for president flailing their arms about as a way to mock people on national stages is exceedingly childish and unprofessional. So if you bring that side of it up, I brought up the argument that it mainly didn't go anywhere because A, the core aspect was wrong because it wasn't about the disability. It shouldn't have been that key point they dove in on. It should have been the lack of professionalism. It should have been the childish antics of a 70-odd-year-old man running for president of the United States. When I brought this argument up to Republicans, I got the immediate 180. They liked the first bit, but they didn't care about any of it simply because I ended the argument off by saying that he had acted unprofessionally and childish. I got arguments ranging from that's why we like him, from, oh, you're just some pinko, it's this, that, the next thing, just stay up in Canada, shut your mouth, all the normal stuff. When I brought that argument over to the Democrats just to say, hey, so this is how I take the situation, their response on everything was still 100% negative because they refused to give up that point on the identity politics. They almost needed it to be about the disability. They refused to accept it as a professionalism issue or about a behavioral issue. They needed it to be the disability issue. So even when I was saying these other negative things, they didn't want to hear it either because they didn't want to give up that initial point. So you'll see there's positives and negatives to dealing with people who are very tribalistic in their arguments. The positives of it are that they're easy to read. If you find out their stance on, if someone says, I'm a Democrat and I'm anti-gun, you already know their stance on abortion, their stance on taxation, their stance on business regulations. And those are all completely unrelated things, but you shouldn't be able to. If people were actually thinking their arguments through and trying to build a good solid base for themselves, where they can say that they have no cognitive dissonance, all of their core beliefs match up with the things they argue for and against, as well as the methods they use to argue for and against it, or the certain policies they believe in or economic systems they think are superior. If people were more consistent with it, then you wouldn't have all of these jumps all over the place, and it would honestly be harder to read because you wouldn't expect that kind of camp thinking. So one of the first things to learn is that argumentative style that people have in those camps, whether it's the tribalistic, so you already know, the stickers on the can, it tells you exactly what's going to be inside for when Democrats try to argue towards you, or when Republicans are trying to argue towards you, or people who identify as anarcho-communists or syndicalists, mutualists, whatever. You'll be able to tell because there's a lot of, for lack of a better term, a lot of tropes in their argumentation style. And usually within 2 or 3 exchanges with a person in general, you can find out, are they the ones to give you a long-winded, multi-page response? Are they the ones to just say, no, this part's wrong, here's why it's wrong, and this is my point again? Or are they going to try to go at it from a different angle? And when you're reading your opponent and trying to figure out where they're coming from and who they are, being able to pick up on those different styles and learning about those different styles will benefit you greatly in being able to tailor your responses and your initial approach to either bring them over towards your side or bring their audience over, or at least get them to realize aspects of what they're saying is wrong. Even if you can't convert them fully, if you can get them to stop using bad arguments for their side that you're sick and tired of hearing, then at least that's a positive for you. Another thing that I find is really useful when you get into those types of arguments is trying to mirror the person you're dealing with. So one thing, and this is common for any discussion, this isn't a debate thing, this isn't an argumentation thing, this is a basic human interaction, art of conversation thing. When you're talking to someone, trying to match their tone, trying to match their body language. If they're super excited about something, there's nothing wrong with sharing that excitement and talking to them in that same excited tone until it goes a little too far and you got to reel them back. But if someone's approach on you is very, well, this is the way that I see it, then taking a slower, measured approach isn't a bad option. Because if you're talking too fast or you're just talking over them, then you're not really going to be connecting with them. People find reassurance in finding people who speak similarly to them, people who have a more measured approach, or at least their measuring matches their own. Because if they see that the other person matches the way that they speak or some of their body language or actions or wordings or phrases, they're going to take that as a sign that the person probably thinks like they do. In which case, just subconsciously, people assume the person at that point is more trustworthy. You'll see that particular piece of advice in anything related to human interaction, whether it's books on how to sell, books on how to get promotions in your work, on debating skills, on argumentation, on conversations with people. It's such a core skill that's very hard to transfer into the online world, despite the fact that everything they're saying and the way they're saying it is written right there for you to read and read over to be able to respond in kind. It's almost easier to pick up on those cues in pure speech, in pure written format, than it is to try to respond when you're actually having to pick up on a whole bunch of body cues that you may not be practiced in, or you just may be reading wrong. There's tons of examples of people picking up the wrong kind of signals from someone else. I mean, I don't think there was a comedy in the 80s that wasn't based on that being a key focal point in the first 15 minutes of it. But that's a skill, especially through text, that's very difficult, but it's one that's very important to learn, again, if you're going to be able to convert people to your side. The last thing, as far as just knowing the opponent you're dealing with or the person you're talking to, is really getting into their root issue. I'll go back to the gun debate. So if someone is against guns, if they are anti-gun, they want guns banned, they want them restricted, or anything like that, it's important to find out why. So are they going after it because they are simply against them and they find them a fearful item? Are they against it because they see the school shootings and it's an emotional issue and they say, not one child, and that's kind of their approach to it? You got to really dig in to try to get to their root reason for being for or against something, because nobody has a really impassioned stance about a certain policy or about a certain aspect of the economy. No one's going to be really impassioned and really just, oh yes, I can't wait to see, Bill 76305 pass. People aren't like that. What they care about is what it stands for, what those things mean. So if they are, anti-gun, it's good to find out why. What is the part that's making them be against it? Are they against it because they find that there's, a risk of loss of life? Well, there's a risk of loss of life if people are unable to defend themselves. And it acts as an equalizer, because we see with, just differences in, body sizes and things like that, if we go back to just the strong win, then at that point a whole bunch of other people are going to be in potential danger. With the existence of guns, it equalizes that. You don't have that problem anymore. That's just one example. There's tons others, I'm sure, but you can really try to dig in with the person and try to establish what it is they want to accomplish. Because if they want to accomplish let's say a full gun ban, they don't want to accomplish that solely because they want to ban guns. It's because there's an aspect of what guns do or what certain people owning guns do that they have a problem with. And if you can take the time to find out what that problem is while you're having the discussion with them, then you're going to be in a better place to address that root cause. Because if you can deal with that core issue, then the side issues that come out of it, like their stances on regulations or policy, they're going to simply evaporate with no core root to work from. A good example outside of the gun debate of this, of course, would be people who are anti-capitalism. When you take a look at people who are anti-capitalism, there's usually a large variety of core reasons why they're against it. Maybe they're against it because they had economic downturns of their own, and they don't like a system where they can find themselves in a state of poverty. Simple solution. At that point, you're going to start arguing about freeing up the market, making it easier for a person to go and earn their own living, getting rid of the restrictions and regulations and taxations and all of the other barriers that stop a person from being able to climb themselves out from the gutter and being able to succeed entirely on their own merits. If it's a matter of people worried about the safety net aspect of it and they dislike that part of it, then you can talk about private charities. You can talk about how, with people having a larger access to wealth that a truly laissez-faire market would create, then people are going to be able to develop these, aid networks for each other. They're going to be able to set up these things and help each other. If you're just going at it as, well, this is the way it should be because this is my right and nobody should have access to my money, unless people are already thinking that way, you're not going to change any minds. And ultimately, if you're going to get into any kind of argument with anyone, changing their minds should be your primary goal, or at the very least, their audience. And this takes me kind of to the last part, which is really knowing yourself when it comes to entering into a debate. Because one of the worst things that you can do is walk into a discussion and find yourself with your pants down, right? That's the worst thing you can do. You'll have a small tidbit worth of knowledge, you'll jump into the discussion, and then someone who's well-versed on the topic will completely trounce you. And you might be right. You could have very little information, and your stance or your position could still technically be the correct one. But because you haven't equipped yourself to be able to deal with that, it's going to fall flat on your face, and the person who's technically wrong is going to look as if what they're saying is right. So a good thing to start off with is asking yourself why you're arguing. And it's important to be honest with yourself about this one instead of arguing in bad faith. So it's good to say, well, I'm going to enter this conversation because I'm sick and tired of people using this one argument. It needs to be shut down. That's a valid reason. This person's generally really smart, and I don't know why they keep taking this stance on it. I'd like to be able to make them understand what they're getting wrong. That's a perfectly valid reason to argue. If a person, let's say they're some kind of talking head that has a large audience of a whole bunch of people that just eat up their every word, like a Glenn Beck type, let's say, and you decide, I just want to get into that argument and show the audience of his people what he gets wrong. And it could be any talking head that you want. I'm just first one that came to my mind. Nothing particularly for or against him, just random one. But you need to pick what it is that you're entering that argument for, because that'll tell you how you need to approach it. It'll need to tell you how hard you need to go or when you need to take a soft touch. And it'll tell you when it stops being worth your time. Because there's no reason to spend 7 hours of your day going back and forth on the same thread on social media, having an argument with someone that isn't going anywhere. Because either they're just not understanding what you're saying, they're refusing to understand what you're saying, they are completely ignoring any points or counterpoints and just going into attack after attack after attack. You're wasting your time at that point. there's no reason to waste that energy. So when you know what you're arguing for, that'll help you decide how much effort and what type of approach you need really to approach that argument. Another one is consistent ideals. One of the things we see constantly is different callouts for cognitive dissonance. So this is when people hold two completely separate ideas that clash with each other, and yet they somehow think that both are valid. I like to think of it more like doublethink from George Orwell's 1984. I find that's a bit more of a valid comparison for the way that a lot of people use this information. So it's important to take a step back and review what you stand for and why. So if you say, I stand for freedom, okay, great. What kind of freedom? How are you defining freedom? What is it about freedom that you think is morally superior to a structured society that has, extra controls, so on and so forth? If you can answer these questions for yourself, which I'm sure that most people, if they actually assess their own beliefs, would end up on the side of, freedom and most likely just the elimination of the government and all the horrors it completes. But that's beside the point. If you take the time to actually review what you stand for, why you stand for it, and apply that in any argument you pick up or any point you decide to defend, you won't have those moments of cognitive dissonance. You won't have those moments where you're caught saying, oh, wait, what? That doesn't mean, what? You're not going to have those moments. It's not going to be a thing that happens to you. So I'll loop back to the gun debate. I'll keep using that as an example because it's a great example. If you're on obviously the pro-gun side, which I'm assuming the vast majority of people that are watching this are, if you're on the pro-gun side, then that means that you're going to be saying, okay, why do I support guns? Is it simply because it's a right? Is it because it's a natural right? Is it because it's a constitutional right? Is it because the government should have no say on the things that I own? What's again, that root cause? What is that reason that you support it? Because that'll tell you what parts you can abandon. So if there's a certain recommendation for policy, you can say whether or not it's worth recommending or worth talking about. You can say why you disagree with these counterpoints instead of falling into tribalism of they said something anti-gun, I'm against it. When you have that understanding of yourself going into the debate, you have much surer stances. You're in a much better place and you're much more balanced when you're trying to defend the things that you believe and care about. Because once you've defined them and actually worked that out into all of your different arguments and all the different things that you stand for, you're going to eliminate all of those weak points. Well, at least eliminate them as much as you can without actively studying into each of those topics. Because it's always good to back yourself up with actual information and actually knowing some of the facts related to the things you stand for. The last thing that I'll talk about here, and this is kind of a more back towards knowing the game itself, which is a system that I personally use when I'm trying to get to the root cause of it or trying to have a discussion with someone, which is trying to categorize the issues. So a good example, and a lot of people are going to sound a little strange to people, but the gun debate is something I would probably call a D-class issue. It's not an A-class top of the end, like top problem issue, because it's an issue that goes away if you solve the issue that's causing it. So when it comes to the gun debate, let's say that when it comes to that, we're not really discussing, certain policies, this, that, and the next thing. It's flared up because of, let's say there's a recent school shooting. It's recently was the, I think it was recently the anniversary for Parkland or pretty close, but regardless, let's say it's a school shooting that kicked everything off. And that's why that's why the gun debate has reignited for pro and against. We just had the same issue up here in Canada where Trudeau, in his infinite wisdom, decided to put a ban on 1,500 different guns. We just had that whole debate up here, and unfortunately, our side lost. But let's say that's what sparks this debate again, with people going back and forth. When it comes to that debate, the debate itself is the D-class issue. The C-class issue is the loss of life. The C-class issue is people saying, okay, so is there a cost of life or a situation or a life, like a lifeboat situation, as they're normally referred to in arguments, where we are able to say yes or no on a certain right? That's the C-class issue, is whether or not that the debate is even valid, considering what might cause it. When we go from there, the C-class issue becomes we reach the B-class issue, the one that predicates that, which is there ever a time for us to be able to put rights on hold? Is there ever an example where we can say no to rights? If there isn't, then the debates for C-class and D-class are done. They're over with. They're gone. They're no longer part of the problem. Because if we answer no to that B-class debate, then we don't need to waste our time asking whether or not we should restrict guns, because obviously the answer is no, because we've already agreed no, rights should not be restricted. When we go from the B class to the A class, that's when we get into an argument about the actual nature of rights and what defines them, where they come from, so on and so forth. If you take the stance that rights are solely from the Constitution, that leaves a weak point where the Constitution is amendable, as I mentioned earlier during this. If you're taking it as the natural right approach, then you need to be able to argue and justify the concept of natural rights. You could even take the social evolution theory that F.A. Hayek uses for defining how rights and societal norms come about, whatever purpose you take. But you'll end up having a better argument or a better discussion if you're able to take that step towards those root problems. So not necessarily the root issue for just your opponent, but the root issue for the actual issue itself, as complicated and terrible of a sentence as that was. But one of the things with that is, if you can take the core issue, if you can get to there from the debate, and you can say, okay, so I can see that, you've got the stance on this and you're advocating this policy because you believe in XYZ. And the reason you believe in it is because of this. So why don't we discuss that for now? And we can start to move it towards those root arguments, because if you can prove your ground in those A-class problems, the B, the C, the D, the E, all the way down, depending on how convoluted of a discussion you're having, all of them will disappear. And the person you're dealing with, the person you're debating, the arguing with, they're not going to be able to really counter anything if they've agreed with you on that core premise. So that's something that I just recommend that everyone tries when they're having discussions with people, is to try to see, where is it that this discussion can go? Why is it getting there? And how can we take that moment and say, okay, let's loop back. Let's try to address this first, because we're just going to be spinning our wheels on who believes in what policy here and there if we don't do something about this problem first. There's tons more that I could probably say about this, but I know my time is limited here. So I believe at this point we should be probably opening the floors up to any questions or any comments, anything that you guys have to say or want to add to this.
Man, Killian, you really you brought your A game for us today, which is fantastic. I was hiding off in the wings, letting you have your screen, and I was kind of watching some of the comments. Not a lot of some people brought up some valid arguments, some things that could be talked about and argued points. But I think what we want to, one of the things that stood out to me was your conversation specifically about engaging people in arguments online. Because it's something we see all more prevalent. It's not like the good old days where you used to meet in the pub and have a good hearty conversation. Now it's the keyboard warriors sitting behind the keyboards and calling out. What advice do you have for people that are not in a position to utilize some of those interpersonal skills that we have access to when we're in person, which is mirroring and those type of behaviors, as far as matching body language, matching tone, matching pace? You can't do those things online, right? So how do you
sort of. You can't necessarily do the body language aspects online, of course, because you're not physically seeing them or having that kind of those cues that you can pick up on. But when people write, they almost always write with a sort of signature to it. There's a way that people write, a way that they phrase things. There'll be certain aspects to their writing that you can pick up on, just the same as you can body cues. So you're going to have a completely different view of someone that writes out the sentence. Let me think of something randomly here. If someone writes down the argument saying that I believe in the freedom that we should all be able to possess the firearms, just to keep that theme going. We should be able to possess firearms for the sake of the safety of our friends, family, and nation. Versus someone who just responds with, I think we should have guns because it's none of your damn business.
Yeah.
When you see those types of comments, you're going to get an idea of where the person's coming from, what kind of a mindset they have when they made the comment, or what they're aiming for. If they're, already doing like 3 paragraphs in, then you're going to tell that they're vested in it, and they're probably going to try to come across a little more civilly, rather than, they're going to be less likely to go after you personally or try to do a whole bunch of attacks. But as you have that back and forth, you can start reading their comments and saying, okay, so what kind of mindset would I need to be in to write something like this? Why would I look at it this way? Why would I, what would make someone say these particular things or take the time to break this down? It'll give you an idea of how interested they are in the discussion, whether they're taking it with a very casual tone, a very aggressive tone, a very laid back, hey, let's see where this goes tone. You can kind of pick that up, not as well, of course, as an in-person discussion, but you could try to pick those certain things up, especially since most online discussions usually don't happen only once. Because of either people liking each other on Facebook feeds, on Twitter feeds, people being in the same Facebook groups for either debate groups, or they both follow the same person or whatever else. There's a lot of people online that you may not actually know, but you're going to constantly run into. I mean, I haven't physically met any of the people that I work with at Being Libertarian. There's about 30 or 40 of us, between writers, memers, other podcasters, some of the people that do some of the management and IT stuff in the background. I've met, that's a bit of a lie, I've met one of them in person, and that's because, well, I'm in a different country, so I don't really get the chance to interact with a whole bunch of them. But you build those relationships and those conversations almost purely online, just from the way that people talk to each other. You can tell when someone's starting to be a little more agitated because of the way they're writing, or you can tell that someone is, just having a laugh and they're not actually vested in the conversation. So you can take a bit more of a casual approach when you're talking to them. It takes a lot more than just one interaction to pick up on those. But once you get used to the idea of looking for tone in writing, which most people should be pretty familiar with just from the existence of text messaging, where if you know the people in real life and then you see how they write, you can kind of put 2 and 2 together that, oh, this type of writing style means this type of person. You can use those as examples to try to hone in on how you pick up on that writing language, so to speak.
Interesting. Yeah. So you do. I guess that makes a lot of sense, that you're picking up on tone based on for lack of a better term, how much intent they put in their language. Mm-hmm. The words that they're choosing, and the amount of words they're choosing, and the order of the words that they're choosing. But it requires some additional thinking. You kind of have to set that emotional component aside, right? And that's something that when you're in an argument or in a debate scenario, you really have to forget the emotion, right? You kind of have to leave that off, and the minute you get angry, it's over.
Yeah, and it's important to remember there's a fine line between anger and passion. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being passionate about what you're discussing. But as soon as you let it turn into anger about what you're discussing, where you start to lose control and you just start to just hammer in because you're feeling overwhelmed on it, at that point, if the other person has the ability to stop and go, they can step in and you'll lose. It goes back to the game theory idea. The thing with game theory, as interesting as it is, and as much as I do recommend anyone who's interested in any kind of maneuverings, whether it's economic, political science, debate and argumentation, all of it relies on some form of game theory in the back end. The only problem with game theory is that it relies on the idea that all actors are rational in most of the examples that are used. This is why Keynesian economics works great on paper, not so much in practice. This is the same thing with a lot of the regulatory ideas and different things like that. A lot of the things that we have against the existence of government, you will see that they are basing it on the idea that people are going to act and react in very specific ways, but that isn't reality. It just doesn't reflect how people actually are and how they view these things. But yeah, when it comes going back to the main point, when it comes to the game theory thing, one of the most important parts of any type of strategic game, which theoretically that's exactly what argumentation is throwing your opponent off balance. If you can break the person's concentration and break their chain of thinking, you can overtake even grandmasters of chess if they are not able to actually think and strategize and act appropriately 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead.
Yeah.
If you're just doing it move by move, step by step, just waiting for responses, then at that point you're on the reactionary and you've completely lost the initiative in that conversation, which means the other person gets to decide where you're going simply by directing the conversation and just steamrolling it the way they want to put you into a corner that might be completely unrelated to what you were originally talking about. But if they can prove you wrong there, then all of a sudden it looks like you were wrong the whole chain back.
Yeah, it's interesting. You just made me think of Johnny Cochran. That's look over here. He didn't do it. The distraction mentality. Mr. Killian Hobbs, you have been very informative, very insightful. Tell us once again where can we find you and your articles?
Well, there's quite a few places. I'm spread a little thin, so to speak. But the best place to follow anything from me is just by searching Killian Hobbs author on Facebook. I'll post all the links to any articles I write on beinglibertarian.com, think-liberty.com, Rational Standard, or anywhere else. You'll also see updates and links for the forthcoming book I have, which is Bad Arguments, a guide to logic and winning debates. That comes out on July 4th, but pre-orders are live now for the digital copy. And there's also, you'll see different posts and links and stuff for that for the upcoming documentary Monopoly on Violence that I was actually hired to do some of the writing and narration for. So you'll get to hear my lovely voice again during that. And that comes out, I do believe, May 31st. So I'll obviously post about all that sort of stuff and anything else I end up involved in on there.
Cool. Awesome, sir. Well, thank you so much for joining us for Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. Maybe we'll see you at the next one. Yeah, maybe we'll all get together in person and you'll actually get to meet people in person.
All right. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me on, and I hope that everyone in the audience gets to enjoy the rest of the show.
Right on. Take care.
Take care, guys.
All right, everybody. Wow, that was great, and I think it's something that's all relatable, something that we can all kind of connect with. We've all been in scenarios where we've had conversations where we don't always agree 100% with what we're talking, who we're talking with, or what we're talking about. He gave us some really good insights on how we can maybe change some minds, maybe open some people up to consider some other options. Definitely encourage you guys to look into that a little bit further. We got a lot of stuff coming up still tonight, folks. Coming up next year at the top of the hour, we've got Josh Dial, which someone has told me that he has some kind of association with some kind of Netflix sensation show that may or may not have had some popularity. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with it, so we'll see how that goes. But I'll be sticking around to host for Josh Dial. So stay tuned, folks. Don't go anywhere. And here, I appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Oh boy, everybody, welcome back to the top of the hour. We are plugging right away with Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. I hope you're enjoying it. I know watching the activity online has been exciting. A lot of folks tuning in to the live feed, also knowing that these videos will be available for future review is huge because we've had so much good information, again, you guys have had enough of my face today, so I'm not going to take up much more of the screen time. Our next guest is a gentleman who came to us, or I should say, came to me with no bio. So I guess I've had other speakers that had bios today. Josh, I don't have a bio for you, so I guess that means you are a man with who does not need an introduction. Mr. Dial, I want to welcome you to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020.
Hey, thank
Welcome.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Again, these guys have seen me all night. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and just turn the screen over to you. I will still be available and accessible. So if you need something, you holler. But in the meantime, the floor is yours.
All righty. Well, thank you. So my name is Joshua Dial. I was featured in the Netflix series Tiger King, and I was Joe Exotic's campaign manager. And tonight I wanted to talk to folks because there's a lot of folks out there that are, that are really tuned in to Tiger King, and they're wondering what a libertarian is. And you know, Joe just was not a libertarian. And to kind of back up what I'm saying, so it's just not all conjecture or hearsay, I've actually got some authentic remaining campaign material here. And I'm just going to go through some of this stuff because apart from, the NAP violation, which I will get into, there's a ton of stuff on here, big government, big time spending kind of stuff. And I think that, and this is in no way me shitting on Joe or trying to gain notoriety or anything off of this. But I think people have a right to know. People are out there getting this guy's likeness tattooed on their bodies for the rest of their lives. And I think these people should know exactly who they're dealing with before they make that decision. So I'm going to go through this stuff. But first and foremost, let's just address the elephant in the room. And that is how can you be a libertarian if you violate the non-aggression principle? Joe Exotic was not a libertarian because he did not believe in the non-aggression principle. It was something that he decided not to sign. It was something he did not agree with. And he violated the spirit of it, if nothing else, by collaborating to have a woman killed. That's not who we are as libertarians. That's not how we solve problems. Violence should always be the last answer. But also there's the animal cruelty charges. Let's not forget that in all of this, though Carol Baskin may have killed her husband, he still did a lot of damage to a lot of animals. And awful deaths, awful lives that they lived. And one has to ask themselves, is aggression towards animals a violation of the non-aggression principle? I think it's something that we as libertarians should talk about and discuss. I'm not, I don't feel that it is in my personal view, but I can totally see how everyone else can. And I think aggression in general, I just have a hard problem taking anything other than a biblical view of animals, though I am an atheist, I will say. And I find it hard to put someone in a cage for the way they treat a non-sentient creature. But anyways, that besides, I'm just going to get on to some of this good stuff here. And some of this is libertarian stuff, so don't get me wrong. For instance, we have bettering our schools and getting politics out of actually this is a misprint. No shit. not a misprint. So let me just give you some background. This is the stuff that we printed and handed out. Joe made all this. He typed up all this. I was able to get some input into some of it. And it's just ridiculous. You just really have to see it to believe it. And on the back is what he wants to fight against. But we have bettering our schools, getting politics out, whatever. I guess when I say it in a different tone, it does make a little bit better sense. Bettering teacher pay, finding our lottery money. So here's our first roadblock here. This was something that was sent out to every libertarian in Oklahoma. And yet, alarming 664%, or not percent, I'm sorry, 664 people did vote for Joe with this knowledge. He was for raising taxes in order to get teachers a pay raise. This is something that, as libertarians, we cannot allow our candidates to get away with. We are not the party of more taxes and more spending. And this is just one of many. We'll just go on because there's so many. The legalizing marijuana, supporting rural fire and EMS. Once again, he was for taxes and using tax money to support these particular establishments. Pro-choice, reforming food stamps, and reforming the DHS. Those actually sound very normal. But then you go into the next thing, and it says raising GPT. And what that is here in Oklahoma, well, that's anywhere, but gross production tax is what it stands for, GPT. In Oklahoma, we make all our money off of oil. And Joe decided that he wanted to raise taxes on oil and use that oil money to pay for teacher pay, for instance, and some of these reforms that he wanted to do. Giving your rights back, so vague, but he got away with it. Right to farm, lifting regulations. Right to farm was something that was going around in Oklahoma at the time that did not pass. Life, liberty, and own private property. So there's some very libertarian things snuck in here, but then you go to fixing our neighborhoods. Very vague, but so unless you talk to Joe himself, you wouldn't know what that meant. Joe was a very racist guy. There's a lot of my colleagues who really don't have any hate towards Joe. They weren't featured in the documentary, but I'm not going to call them out by name. But if need be, they'll come forward. And they were African American, and there were many instances where we were in the limo. They were camera guys. We were in the limo going to different events. And he would say the most outrageous and racist things you can possibly imagine a political candidate ever uttering. It was horrendous. So his idea of fixing our neighborhoods was something akin to stop and frisk from New York City. This is I stop on some of these things because these are even extreme for Republicans and Democrats in some cases. Some of this stuff is just so outlandish that you have a hard time believing that he was ever allowed to run. Vote yes on state question 788. That was medical marijuana. And that did pass, but there was a ton of people that were supporting that. Support Marcy's law. Here's another issue and a very non-libertarian thing. Despite my friends who I will note that do support the law. None of my libertarian friends that I know of. Marcy's law here in Oklahoma and other states sounds great on paper. What it does is it gives a victim a victim's bill of rights. So, if someone's arrested for a violent crime, just as the offender is read their rights, a victim would be read their own set of rights. But it also had some very dangerous stuff in there for civil liberties and very difficult stuff for folks like me who are not back the blue type kind of folks to do. And then, of course, the last thing, as in any good candidate for office, is protect the right to hunt. So those are the things that he wanted to fight against. And I apologize, that's a bit of a mess, but that's just how it is on paper. And I really think that people should hear this stuff before they go get tattoos of this man. The things that he wanted to fight against were, some libertarian things, but there were some things that were, it would require a nanny state, in no other terms to say. It would require a nanny state to take care of. Government overreach are things we must fight against. Bullying and cyber stalking. That right there, we're going to hit a problem right away. Anyone who's on the internet knows that anything can be taken for bullying. And when you have the internet patrolling the government, that's not a libertarian principle at all. It's not a democratic principle. It's not a Republican principle. It's a fascist principle. And once again, people should know this. Higher taxes, things we must fight against. Higher taxes, political salaries, and benefits. Good things. Doesn't sound so good when on the front page you advocate for raising the taxes, but fighting against misappropriated money, fighting against the robbing of education, mental health, and elderly's money, whatever that means. Permits for you to exercise your constitutional rights. This last thing was in here, and it was the one thing that Joe talked about, and it's something that I want to finish on as far as this pamphlet goes. The one thing that Joe, and I think this is what attracted a lot of libertarians, he was very folksy, and he had a big pair. He always tried to go into the venues with his guns. He open carried, and he went everywhere with his pistols on his hips. There's something about that the everyday man really admires. And the fact that he would get up there and talk about this really made him relevant on the stage, where he shouldn't have been relevant at all. There were many debates and forums where he was on stage with the sitting lieutenant governor, along with the other two libertarian candidates, and senators, state auditors. There was a massive chance to spread the libertarian message. But as I've kind of talked about here, as far as it goes with Joe Exotic, he held on to the libertarian message only as far as it would get him on the ballot line. He spoke to me himself about how much he hated the Libertarian Party. I think that most libertarians really know this, but I think that anyone that may be watching this that wants to know a little bit more about Joe's politics, this is about as much as I've ever talked about it. He didn't really have a clear platform. His idea was just to make it into the governor's mansion. He didn't really have a plan beyond that. These were things that he had going all across the state, getting on news channels, news stations, and spreading a message to thousands of people in Oklahoma. So I think that should bring up the topic of, how we get our candidates on the ballot line. I think as long as we're the party of nominating by convention on our presidential ticket, we should maybe look into and have a discussion about the possibility of candidates going through the XCOM of each state, the committee of each state, or even possibly the state convention, in order to get on the ballot line. Now, that may seem a little extreme, and it may not be an option that we choose to exercise every cycle, but I think it should be an option that people consider. There are people that I can certainly see this being used against. Some of my favorite people I like to follow, like Brian Ellison and Vermin Supreme, some of the more outspoken folks. I really like to follow them, if nothing else, for the outrage. And I would be afraid that this would, potentially be used to stop candidates in that respect. So I think that, like I said, it's a conversation we should have. I know here in Oklahoma, we've had that conversation, and we never really came to a conclusion on it. Yes, we came to the conclusion that Joe Exotic is not a libertarian, and we threw him from the party, first by censuring him, and then by formally removing him from the party once he was convicted. But he was never a part of the party. And that's what I really want to bring home to people, and hope that people understand and recognize. With that, if there's anybody that has any questions or anything, I would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Wow, Josh, pretty insightful stuff you're throwing out there, right? It's got to be eye-opening for a lot of folks. I'm one of the very, very few holdouts that is not familiar with the Netflix special. I haven't seen it, and I only know and familiar with Joe Exotic through the memes. Through the memes. So watching through the chat here, I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat. It looks like a couple people want to shout out. Somebody wants a shout out for the Australian libertarians before we go tonight. So we can,
all right.
Yeah, Josh. So let's give a shout out to the Australian libertarians.
All right, yeah, definite shout out to the Australian libertarians. Way to go, mate.
That's fantastic. So let's talk a little bit about this, and I guess we can stay on topic because I have my own. What's interesting about libertarian politics and being a libertarian and running for office is what you have is a situation where most states don't have an official nominating process for candidates. Most states, if somebody is registered as a libertarian, if you live in a state that you can register to vote as a libertarian, if they're registered as a libertarian and they sign up to run for a political office, if it's a partisan race, it defaults to your voter registration status. So it's all it takes. We see candidates here in Nebraska kind of manipulate that system where they will jump from one party to the next. They'll change the registration and run, trying to manipulate the system. And I get it. There's a strategy to that. But talk to me a little bit about what you feel like was really, I mean, you say Joe's motivation was to get into the governor's office. Was that it? Just it was a power grab, you think, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, go back to Emperor Palpatine for Star Wars. All who gain power are afraid to lose it, even the Jedi. That's everyone's laughing at me right now, I'm sure. But there's many.
I get it. I'm a nerd.
That apply to real life, and that is definitely one of them. He had a taste of power by the cult following he had, and make no mistake, it was a cult. It was absolutely a cult. These people were ready to die for Joe. They were ready to go kill Carol themselves. People profess that themselves. And it was so easy to get caught up in emotion. And I think that he got such a good chunk of that, a good bite of that, that he just kept wanting more and more. But his eventual and real reason for running for governor at the beginning was to prepare himself for a libertarian run for president. Because, we made it about halfway through the campaign, and we always did online polls. We were big on social media, and that's all we were big on because, we turned out a very low turnout at the end of the day. But we always won the online polls, and he would get a kick out of it and think that we were going to win because he was winning a Facebook poll. And at one point he said, "Josh, what are we going to do if we win, if I win and I'm governor?" And I just told him, I said, "I guess I become shadow governor." And he just said, "Okay," and that's all we really talked about it. But from that point on, about halfway on, he really thought that we had a good chance of winning.
Yeah. he really felt like he had the wherewithal to go all the way to the top, huh?
Yeah, and what I talk about a lot when I almost everywhere I go on politics channels, uh, he had a chance of getting the nomination, and that's scary, and people should take heed of this. Um, had the independents been allowed to vote on the libertarian ticket here in Oklahoma, the Democrats always let independents vote on the Democratic primary ticket. Republicans always vote to keep them out. I've never, in all my time of following Oklahoma politics, have known of that to work in a different way. And the libertarians also have that option, of course. And would they have allowed independents to vote in the primary? It would have flooded our party with people who were not libertarian and did not hold libertarian principles. And I understand that if we're ever going to win a national election, that's important, and we have to have that. But we also want to be careful and make sure that everyone who comes in understands the non-aggression principle and understands there's certain things about libertarianism that you cannot just disagree with. We are all of one mind on this, such things as the non-aggression principle, or we should be. And I think there's a danger in other candidates if we decide, hey, if we let independents in, maybe we get a chance of getting 10, 15% instead of 4 or 5%. Yes, maybe so, but at what cost? So that's a lesson from Oklahoma politics and our first ever libertarian gubernatorial runoff that I think other states should take heed of.
Yeah, you got to be mindful of those types of scenarios.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody here is looking for an update on your GoFundMe. Myra, a good friend of ours. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, my GoFundMe hit its goal, and it was organized by Jess Mears and Chrissy, and they've been great. I didn't want to up the goal. I think that's enough to be going on with for treatment. I think within the next few months there will be opportunities for me once the states are opening up to go make money on my own and pay for my own care. But in the meantime, I want to thank everybody that did donate to my GoFundMe, or anyone who wants to donate to it anymore. I have been out of work for about a month and a half now. I haven't talked to the public about it because I'm not one of those people that go and post their medical status on Facebook. But I've actually been off work with a stomach ulcer, which has been miserable, absolutely miserable. So, thank goodness that fundraiser was there to help me with some of my expenses. So if anyone would like to donate, that's on my page.
Nice. Viewer Kenny Blevins here from YouTube. He's asking us, what do you feel the odds are of a libertarian getting elected to offices in Oklahoma?
Well, it's already happened in a small capacity, but I'll take any win. We have Chris Powell and Bethany. We have Chad Williams, the chair of the Libertarian Party of Oklahoma. He is also an elected council member for the city of Choctaw, Oklahoma. There's a couple others. Please forgive me, guys. Name slipping. I promise it's not the weed. It's a sativa. I will say Chris Powell. He was the guy who won the nomination, the Libertarian nomination for governor against Joe. And he did go on to run a successful campaign, and he's city council member in Bethany. So it's already happened. All politics is local. That is definitely true in red small states like Oklahoma. So it's already happened, and I look forward to the future. I'm sure that we'll have more come along.
Nice. Colton's asking about your mental well-being. How you feeling mentally?
Thank goodness for State Question 788, which legalized medical marijuana. Is all I got to say. It's such a journey, and I'm doing okay. I'm starting to get used to it. When this first came out, mind you, and everyone watching, when they filmed this, and I filmed these interviews for Netflix, or what was to be the series, I thought that this was going to be an indie film that was only going to be on, maybe a handful of film festivals. Maybe 10,000 people at most in the world see it. I did not think that millions and millions of people around the world would watch it. So, you know, it took me by surprise, and it shocked me. To this day, I have not watched the docuseries. I have not even watched it. And it's just too much for me. It was a traumatic time. It's still hard to think about. And, the fact that everyone knows me now when I go out, because of this tragedy, people would think, oh, well, what do, famous people want? People who have some sort of fame, I should say, whining about it. This is a lot worse than I ever thought. And I admit I would have been on the side of the people who were saying, oh, well, he's famous. What has he got to complain about? Or, oh, he's got money. What is that to complain about? I once saw a meme that I liked that said, there is not one problem that money would not solve in my life, not one. And that is so not true, guys. You know, anyone that's watching this and that may still hold on to that belief, it is not true. Not at all. In the next couple of hopefully in the next year, I look to stand to hopefully make a decent living, traveling the country, doing tours for this and talking to people, and getting a chance to spread not only the libertarian message, but the message of mental health awareness. Let other people who have PTSD that have not, been in combat, know that they can come out and talk about their PTSD and their illness. That they don't have to go overseas and die, serve in a war in order to be comfortable enough to talk about their PTSD. So, I have a lot of chances to do this. And all that being said, I have a bright future, going forward. And at the same time, all my problems that I had before all this came and all these opportunities came, and the promise of future money and future opportunities came, all my problems are still here. Some of them are even worse now. And if there's anyone out there that truly believes that this is all about money and all you need is money to succeed in life, it's just not true. It's just not.
Yeah, I can't imagine being thrust. I mean, that's the word I'm going to use. Being thrust into the limelight, like you have at this point. I can't even imagine. Again, I don't know what your world was like beforehand, but I don't imagine you were being recognized very much in public. I don't imagine you were probably getting very much hate mail. I don't, you know what I mean? All the things that I imagine are probably happening to you right now.
Yeah.
I know that you probably have allies, people that are rallying behind you. I hope you have people that are allying with you and rallying behind you. But I'm sure you also have people that are in full on attack mode, calling, which has got to be hard, especially if you have an ounce of self compassion. Of course, yeah. So talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, there's people have just been downright horrible. Some people, I should say. Most of the people, I would say 95% of the people have been absolutely amazing. I mean, amazing. Like, my inbox is so full of people and forgive me, people, but I have so many messages every day still coming in that I can never get to them all. I mean, I could, completely drop my life and try to run with the whole celebrity thing. But that's not something I really want to pursue. There's, like I said before, some opportunities hopefully coming on the horizon. But that's about it. And I had a fundraiser going, because mind you, I've never got like real professional help for this. It was a problem that festered for a long time. Unless you have had your mental health and your personal life completely shone on, have a national spotlight shone on it, and being thrust in the spotlight. You really don't know uh, how bad that is for someone who already has mental health problems. For a lot of people, I should say. And it's just hard. I don't want to get on Facebook anymore. I don't want to look at my notifications because I don't want to see the awful things people are talking about. I don't want to start a Twitter. I don't want to get an Instagram. I don't want to do a Snapchat. The naysayers have successfully driven me to a strict, political only social media feed. And it sucks. It sucks. I know a lot of people say suck it up, but it affects me nonetheless, whether it should or not, it does. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Maybe a little ashamed to admit it, but maybe not afraid to admit it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with having feelings. You know what I mean? I mean, it's gotta be a challenge. So again, how did this? You talked a little bit about when they first approached you with this concept of a docu-series that you were feeling like it was like an independent film. Kind of how to walk me through that process. How did it evolve from them initiating conversations to full on production mode? And at what point did you realize that it had gotten as to the point that it is?
Yeah. These guys were filming Joe even while he was running for governor still, before he went on the run and went to jail. That's how they have as much footage as they have, that is theirs genuinely. Apart from the fact he sold all his footage to Netflix, obviously. But they had already been filming us for years. I would say probably about 2 years, off and on. And they all had our numbers because in order to participate, we had to sign a release. But like I said before, we were all told it was going to be a documentary on tigers in captivity, and the extinction of tigers, kind of those three basic pillars of subjects. And it didn't turn out that way at all. And you can even see interviews from the directors, Eric and Rebecca. And they even gave interviews to that effect, saying that, they started out as this is for the tigers, and then it went to Netflix and it became sensational. And I honestly did not know it was going to blow up until, or go to Netflix, until the day it really hit Netflix. And that's when I knew. I was like, oh my God, we're in a pandemic. And I just watched a little bit of it and decided on not watching it, but it looked compelling from the little bit that I watched. So I was afraid from there that it would blow up, and indeed it did.
Yeah. Just talk about the pandemic and the impact that it has on people's their engagement with media and those types of things. So more people are watching Netflix. Well, let's say COVID-19 didn't happen. Do you feel like the Tiger King would have gotten the attention that it did in a normal everything's fine society?
I mean, I don't really think so. I mean, surely it would have got plenty of attention because it's on Netflix. Anything that's on Netflix, people are going to watch. But I mean, you could even go look at the numbers, I guess, and some 25 at least. We'll just be conservative and say at least, what was it, 25 million at least unemployed, and the viewership was something not far from that number itself. So it might not be a stretch of the imagination to say a large majority of these folks were people that might otherwise be working, but were stuck at home. I think that is a serious possibility. But just the nature of the way that they ended up at the end. Um, People like a good gruesome tale. And with that scene that I happen to be in with Travis killing himself, and that video of that actual incident being on there, I have a hard time believing that Americans would have been able to help themselves with that kind of footage out there. I
Right.
think it probably would have eventually blew up, but maybe more of a crescendo than a spike.
Yeah, because it came on hard and fast. As far as one day I woke up and it was just there,
Yeah.
and it was everywhere. And like I said, I'm one of the few holdouts. Even my wife has watched it. She asked me before she watched the series. She asked me if I wanted to partake in that, and I said no, I'm good. And that was just a more of a peaceful resistance. Just to spite the internet people, you know what I mean? But now that I'm talking to you, and now the deeper I've gotten into this, it kind of sparks my curiosity. That doesn't say it's enough to get me to go after it, but I really appreciate getting your perspective on the whole scenario. So thank you for sharing all those things. I'd like to dial back a little bit. I used your last name in a sentence. You see what I did there?
Yeah.
Dial back a little bit and talk about the libertarian activism, and is that something you are continuing to do? Is that something you're currently actively doing? Is that something you foresee being able to continue being kind of a driving force in the Libertarian Party? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I still very, very much hope to participate in the Libertarian Party. I am a dues paying member. I just got my new card in the mail today, actually. I don't want to run off screen, otherwise I'd go get it. But I am not participating in convention this year. But I will definitely be back next year. And hopefully once, hopefully, I don't seek any kind of position or anything. But if I can bring anybody, even if it's just one person, to the Libertarian Party, then I'll call my mission a success. So, in the meantime, I like to look at stuff where we can kind of work with the other parties on. I know that's not hugely popular with internet libertarians, but at the end of the day, we have to work with folks. That's just the reality of it. No, that does not mean we have to compromise our principles, and that does not mean we have to give away the house. But it does not hurt to talk to the other side. And that's what I like to do, because Joe's fan base is an interesting group. It's equal parts now animal rights activists who see him as a hero, who are kind of on the leftist side of the spectrum. And you have got this huge President Trump right-wing following. And about 50% of my followers are either from the anti-Joe or pro-Joe following. So Democrats and Republicans about equal parts. And so, if I can bring liberty just to just a group of these people, I'll call it a success for sure.
Yeah, and that's a hard. I mean, you've been around the libertarian movement, and I'll just call it the movement, for lack of a better term. Whether it's been party politics or it's been moving the liberty needle in the right direction for some time. Tell me, I mean, do you feel like it's getting easier, or is it getting more difficult to have conversations with people about libertarian philosophies? I'm with you. As I like to cross the aisle, I like to have conversations with all sides, and I think if we're going to get anything done, we have to find common ground. Do you feel like that's gotten easier to have those conversations, or has it gotten more difficult here in our current times?
Yeah, I feel that talking about libertarianism is so much easier, just because of everything that has happened over the years. And I sent this in my bio, so I'll just kind of give a little bit of this to you guys. That was in my bio that I sent. I was a weird kid. When I was somewhere around the ages of 11 or 12, that's when September 11th happened. Um, I'm 31. September 11th happened. And from that day on, I have watched the news and followed politics every single day. I have never been uninterested in politics. And over those years, I started out as a Republican. I moved to the Democratic Party. And then I was introduced to libertarianism for the first time in about 2007. But over those years, we had the Patriot Act. We had wars in Iraq, Iran. We went into Libya, we Egypt. We shadow wars. Almost wars with so many different places. Just over the short time that I've been following politics since September 11th, 2001, we have lost so much. Even back then, you could make the argument that, oh, well, we already don't have any liberty. Even back then, people were already making that argument. But come on, people, we do still have liberty, and we need to hold on to it, because I have watched it slip away piece by piece of legislation, year by year, power grab by power grab. And, I think that I'm not the only person who has seen this. I can't be the only 31-year-old male in America that has noticed that, hey, you can't do what you used to do. You have a guy, Ross Ulbricht, I believe his name is, right? Founder of a website, and he's in prison. Ridiculous stuff. And this is all happening on our watch. And I think that it's getting easier to talk to people about it, because more and more people are waking up and realizing that you cannot do the same thing that you could do 10 years ago, and definitely not 20 years ago. And that's just a fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We got some more, another question rolled in. Myra's hitting us again here. Josh, she'd like to know where you see yourself in 5 years.
Well, if I'd like to find a good job, like a good career. I have kind of struggled, and talking about this is kind of hard, but I have a hard time going to like an office setting, or any kind of setting where I have a desk, because of what happened to me. I'm hoping that me getting treatment is going to help. But to be honest with you, until everything's completely opened up and I can go to an in-person therapist, nothing's really gonna break through for me. There's no magic pill that's gonna just make me okay. And there probably never is going to be. So it's a challenge of finding something that I can do, and that I'm good at. Really good at thinking and coming up with unique ideas. I would like to do something where I'm using my actual mind and putting it to use. And that's the one thing I liked about Joe, working Joe's campaign, because I've always worked as managers, manager at Walmart, manager at a grocery store right now. But I've never, really reached for the stars. And I think I should do that. And I want to do that. And just kind of a little self-reflection here live on air, but I think I kind of need to look more inside myself to do that, and not worry about what's going to come along in the next 5 years, but what am I going to aspire to do in the next 5 years. So thanks for the question, and sorry about the introspection there.
No, that's a great perspective, Josh. That's a great perspective. We got just a few minutes left here. I guess any closing thoughts for us today?
I just want to thank the Libertarian Party as a whole. This party is such an amazing group of people. We are fighting a battle that a lot of people, it's not that they are dumb. It's not that they're ignorant. It's just that their eyes have not been open to see that it's not right that I have to get a permit in New York to go stargazing, or a permit to go fishing in a pond that I built. There's everyday principles and liberties that may seem simple. But if we begin to talk to fellow people, and our fellow Americans, and point out everything that's been lost and everything else that we stand to lose, I really think that we can bring a lot of people to the Libertarian Party, and you don't have to be all doom and gloom to do that. You don't have to say, oh, there's no hope at all. There is most certainly hope, and I would just hope that people not lose faith. I know a lot of people are disaffected right now because of Justin Amash's departure. I would say don't get disaffected. He's going to stay around, and even if he isn't, there will be even better for the future. I myself have had identity crisis once since I've been in the party. I thought I'd be smart and jump to another party for a couple months. I deeply regret it. I feel like it was a waste of time. And I would just caution you, if you're one of those people watching right now, they're thinking, well, what's left for me in the Libertarian Party? I once said to my good friend Aaron Adams once long ago, while we were at convention, and there were some Facebook libertarians arguing about how the Libertarian Party is elitist. A Libertarian Party is the least of the elitist, at least elitist of all parties. Anyone can be a delegate. In the party that we're in the current system, anyone can be a delegate. Just go to state convention, ask to be a delegate. In some cases, you don't even have to do that. All you got to do is ask to be an alternate. And when someone doesn't show up, you're gonna get picked. So it's super easy to be a delegate. And with that being said, it's super easy to go to national convention. And if you do not like something, you can go up there and make a goddamn motion or run for fucking office yourself. And I hate to be rough and hate to use that kind of language, but come on, people. We are libertarians. We are tough people. We don't just give up and go to the different parties because all our options are gone. Go to the national convention, make a motion where it belongs. To pull another Star Wars phrase loosely, run for office yourself. There are all kinds of people that are running for office, if nothing else, to make a statement. I talked earlier about Brian Ellison. He's running. And if I'm not here to plug Brian Ellison, but he's running to make a statement. Run to make a statement. You can do it. We need contrary views in this party. If everyone that does not agree with us leaves, all that leaves is an echo chamber. And we do not want that. We want multiple viewpoints. As long as we can all agree not to hurt people and not to take other people's stuff, I think we can all agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Josh, thank you so much for joining us for Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. We wish you nothing but luck and success in the future here. We want you to continue to grow and I want you to stay strong, man. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get through it. And with that, we'll go ahead and knock you down here. Not literally knock you down. But again, thank you, Josh. We'll see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Joshua Dial joining us from Oklahoma. Man, we're all over the place with this Taxation is Theft Fest. I love it. I love it. Coming up next, at the top of the hour, we've got a sex work panel. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to stay tuned for Norma Jean and Chase here. Are going to talk to us a little bit about sex work. And with that, I'll go ahead and put you on pause, and I'll see you real soon. Stay tuned for Dre. Dre's going to be coming up. You guys, I know she's got a fan club. Everybody tune in. Take care.
Welcome back to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020, you guys. I am your host, Dre, and I am about to welcome Norma Jean Almodovar. I was trying to figure out how to say that name properly. I hope I'm doing it okay. Norma Jean was once employed as an LAPD traffic officer. She then turned call girl, and in '86, she was the California candidate for lieutenant governor. Since then, she's been an activist for sex worker rights since she left the LAPD in '82, and she currently runs a nonprofit organization dedicated to changing the laws which make her and her colleagues outlaws. Let's welcome Norma Jean.
Hi there. You said my name, okay. It's Almodovar, but who cares? It was my first husband's last name, and I don't care how you butcher it.
Well, then, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, no, I'm glad I caught a couple minutes of the earlier discussion about candidates, because in '86, I mean, it was kind of like for a lot of people having a prostitute run for lieutenant governor of California. Oh my God. It was rather unique.
A lot of pearl clutching back then.
A lot of that, yes, including in the Libertarian Party. But thankfully, I was nominated, and the sole purpose for running was to eliminate the office of Lieutenant Governor of California, which was a superfluous office. But also because if I had won the candidacy and if I'd been elected, then when the governor was out of town, I could have pardoned myself and not gone to prison.
Wow.
So, yeah. 2 for 1, get rid of the office and pardon myself.
That would have been a nice little double feature for you, then see your way out.
It would have, yes, indeed. So, okay, so what do you want to start out with? I mean, what I do now, what I did, why I'm a libertarian, why I believe in freedom.
Well, let's talk about what you and your organization do to change the laws and like where we are with that as far as like because it's a state thing, right?
Yeah, all prostitution laws are state laws, and of course it's only legal in Nevada in some counties. And sex worker rights activists like myself and all over the world, we want decriminalization. We don't want legalization. We want the government to stay out of what we do with our own bodies, whether it's for money or whether it's just having loads of sexual encounters with lots of males, females, trans, whatever we want to do.
So can you tell people out there who may not know the difference, what's the difference, why you would rather have it decriminalized rather than legalized?
Right. Well, what happens in a legalized system is that you enact new and special laws that only apply to people in the sex industry. Whereas a decriminalization removes all criminal penalties for consenting adult commercial sex, leaves intact all laws which apply to anybody else in any other profession, such as you can't have sex with children, you can't rape, so if you work for an employer, they can't steal your money, they can't abuse you. Those laws all stay in place. Unfortunately, if you legalize prostitution and you enact new and special laws, it leads back to the same problem that we have now, and that is that the police use the laws to rape, extort, and pimp prostitutes as they've done ever since prostitution became a crime. And that's what we want to avoid. I mean, it doesn't mean that sex workers can work on your street corner necessarily. I mean, there are places, for example, in Europe where there are special zones for those who wish to work on the street. I mean, street prostitution is a very small percentage of all sex work. I mean, the majority of sex workers work for themselves. They work for madams. They work in brothels. They advertise on the internet. There's just so many ways in which we do our work. I mean, you have people that work in, spas, just all of these things. And we represented, when I was working, the majority of people who work in sex work. So, because people think, oh my gosh, street work, I don't want to have a prostitute on my street corner. Well, understandable. I don't want to have a church on my street corner. It's like, I don't want to have people out there passing out tracts when I'm trying to get to the grocery store or something. It's like, okay, there's a time and a place for these things, and, not necessarily where people are in public. So we want to decriminalize consenting adult commercial sex, as I said. And obviously, we don't want minors in prostitution any more than they should be doing a lot of other things. Although, of course, I started working not as a prostitute, but I was a waitress from the time I was 14 until I graduated from high school. But nevertheless, sex work is not a job for minors. It really is not.
Sure, right. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's one of the things I do. But in the last few, sorry, you can see my cat. No, that's your cat. I have a cat.
I saw.
I said your black cat. I have 2 black cats that are sitting here by me. So there you go. One is there and one is there. So they're being good. Okay, so back in 2012, I mean, I started my nonprofit organization in 1997. And through the years, it's kind of not necessarily shifted in focus, but it's become something bigger than it was just the art and culture for sex workers. It became more educational because we were getting all of this nonsense from the radical feminists who kept saying, all prostitution is sex trafficking, and there's 100,000 to 300,000 children being trafficked into prostitution every year. And I'm like, I don't think so. So I started to do the math. In fact, I'm going to screen share and show you what I do. Hold on a second. Okay. Screen share. Let's see. What do I do? It's okay. Screen share. There we are. And let's see which part you want to see. We want. Okay. I want to share, but I want to see here. Can you see that? Can you see it?
No, I can't. I'm not sure that that works with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he told me to do screen share. Okay, so screen sharing.
Which, if Zach told you to do it, then go for it.
Well, I mean, if you can't see it, I don't know, because I just started doing the math on all of their. Yeah, we're back in the show. Okay, on all the statistics that are being touted out there. And the thing is, when you look at both the numbers from police every year, I have a website called policeprostitutionandpolitics.com. It's an ancillary to the ICEFACE, the International Sex Worker Foundation for Art, Culture, and Education website. And it's where I post all of the information, all the statistics from the FBI. They're not my statistics, they're the government statistics. And what people don't know is, for example, from 2014 to 2018, the total number of sex traffic cases of minors was 90. 90. 2014, there were 6. 2015, there were 3. 2016, there were 49. 2017, there were 14. In 2018, there were 18. So you cannot extrapolate from those numbers and get 100,000 to 300,000 children every year. You can't. I mean, it's like, you got to do the math. Now, the other thing is on that same vein, when you look at the government numbers on policeprostitutionandpolitics.com, you can see Operation Do the Math for each year that I've done them. You can see state by state how many arrests for all prostitution have been made. From 1981, I believe, is when I started getting the numbers together, all the way up to 2018, because the 2019 statistics don't come out until October of this year, and then I'll do those numbers again. But from 1981 to 2018, you look at the numbers and they have gone number of arrests. They only started counting the sex traffic victims in 2000. There's another kitty. In 2014. So before that, they didn't have them, but I have the numbers for all the prostitution arrests. And minors constituted 1.81% of all arrests for prostitution, and they have been, and they still are, arresting children under 10 for prostitution. Why are they arresting them? I don't know, but they arrest them. And so what we did, put all these numbers out there and say, whenever you get these abolitionists talking about all of these hundreds of thousands of, sex trafficked children and adults, because all of us adults, we're all trafficked because we can't possibly choose to engage in prostitution, of course.
Right.
Because we're too fucking stupid. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. This is a free
I
speech zone.
swear. We're too stupid to know that we're being trafficked. It's like, but here, my thought on it is, on a scale of 1 to 10, if murder's the worst thing you can do to your fellow human being, isn't giving them an orgasm like way up there, like a 10? And getting paid on top of that, like, a lot of money. I mean, when I was working as a call girl, okay? And on my best date with a client, I made $10,000 to stay with him for overnight, and dress him up like a woman. We never had sex.
One night.
One night. Yeah.
So what is a call girl? Is that when you have a madam and she takes
and she
appointment
has
for you?
Yeah, working as a call girl, I worked through a number of different madams because I started in my 30s. I was, like 31 when I started in sex work. And I wasn't tall, I wasn't blonde, so I had to work for a bunch of different madams who would find me the clients that would like the type of woman that I am, short and all that. And so, yes, they would find a client for me. They would call me up and say, hey, Norma Jean, I've got this guy, and this is his fantasy, and this is how much he pays. And, you can go have lunch with him if you want to first and get to know him and see if you guys are right for each other. And so, I mean, that was the way to work. And it was a 60-40 split. She got 40%, I got 60%. So, and then after I saw the client for a few times, then he was, I didn't have to split money with her at all. So it was, for me, it was the best way to work in sex work. But not everybody is fortunate enough to find a madam to work for who is ethical. And because there are people in the sex industry, just like there are in any other businesses, there are people that are ethical and there are people that are not. And I just happened to find a number of madams. There was only one madam that I just absolutely would not work for after the first time. She sent me to somebody that wanted a blonde, and I'm not a blonde. So never happened, never will be. So, the guy says, well, you're not a blonde. And I'm like, no kidding. So I walked out on that one. I said, I'm sorry. I don't want to, be the wrong person for you. So, but anyway, that's working as a call girl. There's just so many things in between. There's so many women and men and trans people that advertised on the internet, on Backpage, on Craigslist, and they would find a client that was appropriate. They would be able to screen that person and see whether or not that person is an actual person, that's the real name, and you get to know, so that when you go to your date with that person, you're as safe as anybody could be. A lot safer than when I worked for the LAPD and was out there at nighttime in a patrol car all by myself with no gun and no partner, because I was only a little old traffic officer. We didn't have no guns. We didn't have no partners.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was dangerous. I worked from 6 at night to 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I would be at the scene of homicides. I direct traffic, gave tickets, don't even get me started on that. I feel so bad, and I'm so ashamed of all those tickets. They called me the bionic arm because I gave out so many tickets. But you see, I thought, well, I'm getting paid for this. This is what I'm supposed to do. So I gave a lot of tickets, and I apologize to all those people to whom I gave a ticket. You didn't deserve it. Well, you did, but, government shouldn't be doing that in the first place.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mind is still blown that they had you out there at those hours with no gun.
I know. And that was back, in the 70s, and there were no female police officers at that time. You could be a policewoman, but you didn't work on the street. And you had to be 5'7", and I'm 5'4". Ain't going to grow up any taller. And so there I am out there at nighttime, because they started a pilot program in order to see whether or not women would be able to be trusted in police cars and patrol cars and work those hours. So I was kind of a guinea pig for them. Oh. And I encountered so many really weird situations, and it was very dangerous. But you see, I had a big mouth, and I just, basically anybody give me a trouble, I like, fuck off, Buster. So, but anyway, so it was a very interesting experience. I stayed there much too long. I was there for 10 years, and I saw so much corruption within the LAPD, and I had to leave. I mean, these guys, they had a burglary ring, a murder for hire ring, a yacht theft ring, a drug ring. They were running call girls. They were having sex with prostitutes on duty, off duty. I mean, it was just like paint and place. I don't know if that reference means anything to you. That used to be like a soap opera.
Oh, okay. So the police were all doing this while you were on the force?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That sounds like something right out of a movie.
I know. Well, it was all happening, and I was like totally freaked out. I said, how can I work for these guys? It's like working for the Blue Mafia. And so on April 18th of 1982, I was driving my patrol car up Hollywood Boulevard. I was hit by a drunk driver in a stolen car with stolen property, and that was my third on-duty accident. I said, that's it. I've had enough. So I went, after I got out of the hospital for x-rays and stuff, I went home like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I tore up my uniform and I cut up my shoes, and I'm not going back. And I didn't. And so I had to find something to do and to earn a living. And I knew a call girl from when I was on the LAPD, and I went to her. She introduced me to her madam. I was like, there you go. So I started working, and I was like, the best job I ever had, bar none.
Now that sounds also like something out of a movie. I used to be a cop. I called this call girl who I used to talk to when I was on the force. Hey, I'm not on the force anymore. Can you hook me up?
Yeah, well, hopefully it will be a movie someday, because, I wrote a book, Cop to Call Girl.
Oh,
and
wow.
it's a long story. I went to prison actually for writing that book. What happened is I'd been writing a book about all of the adventures I had on the LAPD. Then I became a call girl, and I incorporated those stories into my new life of call girl. So the book is called Cop to Call Girl: Why I Left the LAPD to Make an Honest Living as a Beverly Hills Prostitute. Well, the police found out I was writing a book, and it's a long story. You'd have to go on Amazon and get the book. It's Cop to Call Girl, and you can still get it on Amazon. Anyway, they found out about the book. They set me up with a friend of mine from the department. They charged me with 1 count of pandering. They confiscated all of my notes relating to my book. And I went on trial in 1984. I was convicted of 1 count of pandering, which is simply encouraging a person to commit an act of prostitution. It is a felony in California with a mandatory 3 to 6 year prison term on the first offense with no prior convictions. You can commit rape, robbery, assault, mayhem, and murder. And if you don't use a gun, you can get probation. But if you try to get some chick's ass laid for money, and I was paying for the day because she was very unattractive. She was 50 years old, 6'2", weighed about 300 pounds. And she had fantasized about being a call girl. She was my friend on the LAPD. And I felt bad for her. So I had a client that liked taller, older women. And I told her that, I'll be happy to set you up so you can fulfill your fantasy. And I told my client about it, and he goes, I'm sorry, but no, thank you. So I offered to pay him. Say, I'll give you the money to see her with. And so that was the date that I arranged for her. And unfortunately, she was setting me up. And when I went to trial, she said under oath on the witness stand, the reason she set me up was to stop me from writing an expose on Los Angeles police. Those were the words in the newspaper article the next day. Officer testifies she wants to stop Call Girl's book. So what are you going to do? So what happened is that my attorney decided not to bother to defend me. So he waived everything and rested. I got convicted of 1 count of pandering. The judge decided to go around the mandatory law, and he sent me to prison for a psychiatric evaluation for 50 days. The outcome of that was that I wasn't dangerous to anybody. I was in solitary confinement for 50 days. And when I got out, the judge says, okay, you're not dangerous. I'm going to put you on probation. And at the time, the DA said they wouldn't appeal the sentence. Unfortunately, I wouldn't shut up. I mean, I kept getting on every talk show there was. I've been literally on about 2,500 radio and TV shows. Joan Rivers 6 times, Donahue 5 times, Oprah, Geraldo, Montel Williams, you name it. I've been on those shows.
Wow.
And the DA and the cops were like, God damn it, she won't fucking shut up. And so the district attorney appealed my sentence a year later, just about a year later. And they said the reason they were appealing it is because my crime was worse than rape or robbery because I was commercially exploiting my law enforcement past to draw on scandalous escapades that undermine respect for the law. And so that's when, once they appealed it, that's when I decided I haven't been loud enough yet, so I better do something else. And that's when I have a lot of brothers and sisters, and one of my brothers was out here, and he had a friend who was in the Libertarian Party, and he said, why don't you run for lieutenant governor? I was, okay, why not? I mean, obviously I haven't been loud enough, so let's get louder. So then I went to the convention in California, the state convention, and I got the nomination and I ran, and I did these really outstanding posters, which, you know, I'm nude in one with red tape around me, and one's got a "Whose Life Is It Anyway" thing. So we did 3 different posters, and I got over 100,000 votes, which was not bad for a convicted felon hooker. So, but unfortunately, the appellate court overturned my probation after serving 2 years and 7 months of violation-free probation. My sentence was overturned and I was resentenced to 3 years in state prison, where I was with the Manson family, women, and other notorious murderesses. So, all because I wouldn't shut up.
Did you have to serve the full 3 years?
I served 18 months in prison, and then I was on parole. So I served 50 days of solitary, 2 years and 7 months probation, 18 months in prison, and 18 months on parole, all for trying to fulfill my friend's fantasy. Nothing took place. The only thing that happened was words, conversation. That was it. So
unbelievable. Well, if they really want to get you, they'll figure out a way.
They will. That's government for you.
You know, the judge went around it the first time for you, and then,
yep.
Oh man.
Well, the good thing was that even while in prison, I didn't shut up. 60 Minutes came in and interviewed me, so I was on 60 Minutes, and then all these radio stations wanted to interview me from prison, so I did like 32 radio interviews from my dorm in prison, and it's like, God damn bitch, God, can't we shut her up while she's there? Ah!
Well, you know, I guess they could have like not allowed them in, right?
They could not allow them in. They couldn't. No. I had a constitutional right to speak to the media, to make sure that I stayed safe, because I was really afraid that it was very possible that somebody that was a lifer in prison might get some favors for the family if somehow we got in a brawl or something and I ended up dead. So the media saved my life while I was in prison. So
you've lived an amazing life. I'm glad you.
It isn't over yet. I mean, I'm an old lady now, but so anyway, so back to the, you know, I was a delegate to the women's conference, the UN Women's Conference in Beijing, China, in 1995. And we actually, there were 5 sex workers there. We were NGO delegates, and we lobbied to change the wording of the Platform for Action. I don't know if you know what that is, the Platform for Action. It's a document that every time these organizations have this international conference, they work out the details for the next Platform for Action, which all member countries are supposed to ratify. So one of the planks of the platform said, all prostitution is incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person and must be eliminated. Well, considering the laws that we currently have and the outrageous penalties for just saying words, I mean, can you imagine if this were really enforced where all must be eliminated, what are they going to do? Shoot us? Probably. But anyway, so we got the platform changed by one word. It says all forced prostitution is incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person. And we absolutely agree with that. Unfortunately, at the same time, the radical feminists were there, the people like Melissa Farley and a few other nutbags, abolitionists, and they said, oh, but all prostitution is forced because women would never choose to be prostitutes. And they may say they are, but they're all brainwashed.
Wow.
So anyway, so we went, we did this amazing thing. We came back and the radical feminists had persuaded the media, and the media got involved, and they said it's all sex trafficking. There's no difference between child and adult prostitution. There's no difference between forced and free choice. It's all forced. It's all sex trafficking, and we must eliminate it. And that's why you have the most hideous laws like the Fosta Sesta law, which was passed by these people who believed they were doing something good to help the children and us poor, stupid fucking adults. So anyway, it's been a very interesting life. Will I run for office again? No, I got too many other things I have to do. I have too many other books to write. I've got a book that I've been working on called The Dishonored Badge, Broken Trust, The Immoral Consequences of So-Called Moral Laws, which obviously goes to show all the different crimes. I mean, I have so many cases of cops who do all those things, not just LA, all over the country, all over the world. And it's because we have vice laws that many of these cops feel that they can do these things to people because it's like, hey, if you don't want me to arrest you for giving a blowjob for whatever, then you're going to have to give me a blowjob. Just whatever it is, as long as we have these laws that mandate morality, we have police corruption. And it's really, we've got to stop allowing government to give these kinds of laws to corruptible human beings. So
Absolutely. So do you feel safe writing these books now?
If they want to come after me, they can. I have a sign on my doors. If you come in my house, I have cameras all over the place in here. So if they want to come in and try to hassle me again, it's going to be on tape and it's going to be broadcast. But one never knows. But I think they've learned their lesson to leave me alone. So because I just don't shut up.
Well, it's been so long. Like, I would hope that you have enough distance from people that were on the force then. They probably aren't still on the force, right?
Oh, no, they're not on the force anymore. But as long as I continue to harass law enforcement, I get people who really don't like what they're doing to be exposed. They just, so is it possible? It's possible. I hope it's not. I stay at home. I take care of my disabled husband. He became disabled in 2007, and I'm his caregiver. So I don't go out much. Talk about, people are in lockdown. I've been in lockdown since 2007. Ain't no big deal. So anyway, you got more questions? You want me to?
Oh, this is your time. I don't have any from the audience as of right now. So if you have some more things that you want to talk about, please feel free. Again, it's up to you. We can cut it short or we can keep going. Up to you.
I lecture at colleges and universities, or I even do lectures, of course, on Skype. But I speak at AIDS conferences, at American Medical Association conferences, because to me, one of the important things is, of course, practicing safe sex. And people don't know that sex workers actually have been practicing safe sex for a long time. So speaking to a American Medical Students Association and telling them, look, if you're gonna treat sex workers for issues, whether it's health issues or whatever else, you need to know what we already do and what we already know, and not presume that we're just ignorant and we just, we don't use condoms and we don't practice safe sex, because we absolutely do. I mean, we were using condoms long before it became a big deal for the rest of society, before AIDS became an issue. So, because I got into sex work in 1982. And, it's like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I have to protect myself. I have to protect my body, because I don't want any diseases. I mean, here's the thing, when I was on the LAPD, I was screwing a lot of cops, and cops thought making love was like using their gun. All they had to do was take aim and shoot. And most couldn't get it out of the holster before it went off. So I didn't practice safe sex back then because it was over too quickly. But anyway, when I got into sex work, taking care of my body became an extremely important issue for me. And so, speaking at colleges and universities, I gave them some tips on how sex workers practice safe sex. And some of them had to do with how to put a condom on a guy where he's, doesn't know it while you're giving him a blowjob or whatever. All kinds of really interesting ways to protect yourself. You can have faux intercourse by putting your hands underneath you, make sure they're well lubricated, and letting him have sex with your hand. Not know it. But, I mean, most of my clients, I had a lot of clients. I'll give you a couple of great stories from my sex worker past. I had a client that fantasized about Julia Child. You know who she was, right?
Yes, that awful
Okay,
voice.
Yes, but his fantasy involved this whole elaborate scenario where I had to go to farmer's market and get a chicken from a particular butcher. Then I would take it to his house and go upstairs and take off my clothes and put on an apron, not nude, but just an apron, and go down in the kitchen. But in order to do this, I had to teach myself how to talk like Julia Child. So my husband went to the library and got me some videos of her cooking. And so I practiced that so I could do this. Now, this is kind of an elaborate fantasy. So he knew that it wasn't just like he couldn't call somebody up and say, hey, send me somebody that can talk like Julia Child. So the madam that I worked for that had this client, she told me what he wanted. And, if I had to practice, I could do that. So I did. So I go to his house and, like I said, get an apron and go down in the kitchen. And he had everything all prepared for me. He had like cream and a chicken breasts and all that. And then he'd sit on the stool and he'd be masturbating while I would talk. And I said, let's see if I could do this. This is Julia Child. Today I'm going to take this nice, firm, meaty breast and I'm going to pour hot juices over this chicken breast and I'm going to take the meat and I'm going to roll it in this flour. And so this is what I did. And he paid $500 for this, by the way. It was not a long session. There was no intercourse for me whatsoever. It was just simply talking like Julia Child. And so while I was basting the bird, he was getting the stuffing ready, if you will.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that was one of the many different things that had nothing to do with having intercourse. I had clients that they fantasized they were my sex slaves. And one client, he was a long-term client. I had him till he died a number of years ago. He wanted to be my sex slave. So I would tie him up, put, a blinder over him. And then he saw me in my home. Sometimes I would see him at his house, sometimes at my house. But if he was at my house, I'd tie him up in the bed with a mask on so he couldn't see, so it was dark. And I'd tell him what I was going to do when I came back. And I'm going to beat you up. And then I would go in the other room and work on my book. And then I would come back and, like half an hour and say, I know that you've been moving your body. You better not, you naughty slave. And I'd spank him. So, I mean, that's really safe sex. So was the Julia Child safe sex. So, but I had a lot of clients like that that were just into these elaborate fantasies, clients that had foot fetishes and just simply wanted to masturbate on my feet in my 5-inch heels. So, as long as they didn't ruin my stockings, I was okay. So, anyway, but, I stopped working probably in my, because after I came home from prison, I couldn't work for a while, obviously, because I was on parole. And I wouldn't break the law again while I was on parole. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that, would I? Ever, ever. Mm-mm. You can take of that what you will. But because, I know the government means business, and it says you shouldn't commit prostitution. And I wouldn't do that. But anyway, I saw a lot of really interesting clients, and I had a number of them were my clients for the entire time I was working, which was from the age of 31 till probably my early 50s.
Oh, wow.
So
that's dedication.
Well, they were like they loved me. I mean, I was their warrior whore goddess.
So who was your favorite and why? Who was your favorite client?
Oh God, I don't know if I had so many really neat clients. I had some movie star clients. I had producers. I could name you names, and you know who I was talking about, but I'm not going to because I don't kiss and tell.
Oh no. I'm curious about like those are just interesting fantasies. Like I want to watch you cook in an apron and talk like Julia Child. Like you got to be very fine tuned to like Julia Child's voice.
Well, you do. But I mean, I can just imagine what took place in his head when he was a child. Maybe he was like listening to television and he heard her talk about breasts and he got all excited about breasts and firm and meaty. It's like, so now he grows up and that's stuck in his head is like, that's really sexy. So I had one client, the one that I made $10,000 with, his fantasy was that he was a lesbian call girl. I never had sex with him. I would take my bag of lingerie for men because you see, if they tried on my lingerie, I was short and small and they would have ruined it. So I had a bag of clothes of lingerie for my clients that were bigger. And so he would go through the bag and pull out the things that he wanted me to dress him in. And I'd put on, this one and that one, but he had the worst tastes in colors. He'd have like an orange bra and red panties and a garter belt that was pink or black. And it's like, then I would sit and tell him how beautiful. Oh yeah, I put makeup on him and say how beautiful he was. And oh yes, those women in Beverly Hills, they're going to love you. You're going to hide in the closet in this apartment that didn't exist because you see, we had to have like a really high-end, very expensive apartment where we saw our women clients. And so I tell him I just spin this yarn for him. And he go, well, who is it that we're seeing? And he'd give me names of some famous women. I'd say, yeah, she came over and we had the best time. And you were in the closet. And then I pulled you out of the closet. And she's like, oh God, she's so beautiful. I just love her. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I saw him several times, but this one night he didn't want to stop. So it's like every time it was time for me to go, he'd say, well, if you stay another hour or if you stay 2 hours, I'll give you another $2,000. So that happened all night long until it was 6 o'clock in the morning and I had $10,000. I'm like, okay, I got to go. I can't stay awake any longer. I don't do drugs. He was doing coke, but I don't do anything. I don't even drink coffee. So I had to go home, but it was like safe sex. What else you can call it?
Right. He wanted an elaborate storyteller.
Yeah, that's a lot of what sex work is about. It's about creating a fantasy in somebody's head. It's not about necessarily wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Here's your money out the door. It's you create some relationships with your clients as a call girl, and a lot of times for the sex workers that work on the internet. I mean, I don't know necessarily how much you would do that with clients that you meet on the street. But I know that there are women and men who would find their clients on the street and they would see them more than one time. So, but see, I mean, you can still get a copy of my book on Amazon and read some of the fantasies in there. Cause I had this, yeah, I should tell you this one too. I worked for a male madam for a brief period of time, just like a madam. He wasn't a pimp. Well, legally he's a pimp, and so were the madams. But he wanted me to go to see this guy at this wealthy Bernie Kornfeld. That name doesn't mean anything to you, but he was a really, really wealthy man. This was his house. It wasn't him. He wasn't my client. So I go to it's like midnight, I guess. So I go up there, and I'm met by this absolutely huge, gigantic guy. Was probably about 6'5" and probably weighed about 400 pounds. Okay.
Wow.
I never had sex with him. We went up to his room and we talked. And then he got hungry and he wanted to go down to the kitchen. So we went down to the kitchen and he fixed this elaborate breakfast, and he was like eating for an hour, just anything, just devoured it, right? So then he decides he needs a couple of sandwiches to go back up to the room, I guess, tide him over till his next meal. And we opened the kitchen door and the lights were off. And he says, "Oh shit, the alarm's on. We have to be very careful because Bernie will wake up and he'll get mad because I'm not supposed to have a girl here." And I said, "Oh, okay." So he says, "Okay, this is what we're going to do. You get down on your hands and knees and I'm going to put the sandwich on your back and we'll crawl to the stairs. But you got to keep your head down because otherwise you'll wake him up." So here we are. It's a huge house and it was a long crawl. So there we are crawling along. And I'm like, he was in front of me. I said, "Where's the stairs? I can't see anything." All I could see is the light coming in from one of the windows, coming through the crack of his butt. Good picture, right? So anyway, we're crawling along and all of a sudden there's a little dog that comes out of nowhere and starts licking my feet. And I scream. And of course I got up. There goes the sandwich. There goes the alarm. I mean, it was just like, oh gosh. So, of course, Bernie Kornfeld came down the stairs and said, "What's going on here?" and my chubby friend said, "Oh, nothing. We're just getting some food." But I mean, that was what it was like. I mean, glamorous call girl. It was fun. It was a very interesting experience. That's for sure.
Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing all of your experiences. Let's see if we get a couple questions before we end. Where can folks find you other than your books on Amazon?
Right.
How do we find you? Do you have a website?
NormaJeanAlmodovar.com.
Okay.
My name.com. All lowercase, all one word.
Perfect.
So anyway, nobody has questions. I've just kind of like blown their mind, I guess. I charge for that. That's a blood job right there.
Charge good money for that usually.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you and hear all your stories, and I will definitely look your book up.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I hope this goes very well for you guys, and I thank you for inviting me on.
Absolutely. All right, guys. See you back here in a few minutes with Mikey Wong. Hey, and welcome back to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020, everyone. I'm your host, Ray, and I'm about to welcome Mikey Wong to the show as our final speaker for this evening. Everyone is asking, and what's going on in Hong Kong? Why are people protesting? Luckily, we have Mikey on the ground. He is a teacher, a singer, a fitness coach based in Hong Kong. He has been reporting live for Being Libertarian. Luckily, he has both Cantonese and English under his belt, so he can understand the locals quite well. And he's here to give you his firsthand insight as to what's going on in Hong Kong. Let's welcome Mikey to the show.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Dr. Dre.
Hello. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'm guessing that people are expecting me to speak in a full-on Cantonese accent, so maybe I'll try that. Confucius say you go to jail, you bad boy. Okay lah.
Oh boy. You're going to get letters.
Oh well. So I'm glad to be here. It's early in the morning here, 9 o'clock. Hope you guys are doing well. It's probably late at where you guys are. Is that correct?
It's 8 p.m. here where I am.
8 p.m. here. Oh, we're and for most of the listener, I'm guessing they're from the East Coast.
We've got actually, people were sounding off this morning when we got on. We had people from Kenya, Uganda, Iraq. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And someone I'm just seeing in the comment there, someone wrote blame Canada. So it's probably someone who knows me quite well, because someone who's been following my channel and knows that I am a Canadian as you can get, You do boot it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, grew up in Canada, born Hong Kong. So my official religion is the Vancouver Canucks.
Gotcha.
Hockey.
I got it. I've recently got into a lot of Canadian comedy, so I get a lot of the references now.
It's okay. We're not a real country anyway.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's my cat screaming in the background. If you guys can
It's
hear
okay,
that.
no worries. So I'm guessing a lot of people are really curious into what's going on in Hong Kong. What the heck is happening? It almost felt like all of a sudden, boom, that just hit us right in our face. Hong Kong has been, well, let's just say in their history, been one of the freest country in the world. Well, not countries, cities in the world, in terms of both economic and also personal freedom. Top 5 in both personal and economic freedom throughout our histories until this year, which is kind of crazy and scary as well. And I'm seeing that a lot of people are also wondering what the heck, what's going on, and they're pretty scared. People are thinking, especially in the US, they're thinking, how would that affect us, right? Considering the fact that we have so much freedom, we have so much going on in here, and the thing is, if something like this can happen in Hong Kong, for example, it can possibly happen back home in Canada or especially the US as well. And I've actually created a PowerPoint presentation for you guys so you guys can actually see not firsthand, but as close to what you can see or what I can see in Hong Kong. Is that okay?
That'd be great.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna share my PowerPoint slide presentation here. You know you're Canadian when? Okay. Can you see? Oops, what's going on? I'm not sure what I'm doing in here. I'm not that tech savvy, even though I'm Asian or supposed to be Asian. Can you see my PowerPoint?
I think here it comes. I think it's working. There we go. Yep.
Oh, it's working. Okay, good. So I can't see your face, right? I'm going full screen, so you can see this, right? So it's gonna give you a little background who I am. I am one of the admin for Being Libertarian Hong Kong, and I'm honored that 2 years ago, Being Libertarian Canada, they had invited me to be one of the admins. That was Brandon Kirby. He's one of the hosts for this event right now. And I'm also honored that I'm actually a little surprised that Killian Hobbs from Being Libertarians also in this festival as well. So thank you so much for inviting us. So I'm going to start. Oops, what the heck's going on? Ah, there you go. Okay, I'm going to start off with a quote from Hayek. Emergencies have always been the pretext on which safeguards of individual liberty have been eroded. Hayek. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong Hayek. Let me try that again. In the new movie, Fools Rush In, it's a romantic comedy, the girl I play in, that is very warm and very sweet. Hayek. Okay, I got those two mixed up. I'm sorry. All right, so right back into business there. So, Free Hong Kong Revolution, our time. That is the slogan for this whole protest. In Cantonese, they say "Gong Phục香港時代革命."
Okay.
It's a rough translation.
And I'm sorry, what is it again? What's the English translation?
Free Hong Kong Revolution now.
Okay.
Or
So
revolution
how
of
did
our
this all
time.
kick off? Is that how you, wait, I'm sorry, is that how you're what you're about to tell us?
So this whole protest is actually started off with a murder of the girl. You can see that cute couple. Unfortunately, it happened. It happened in Taiwan, of all places. The murder back in 2018. I'll go over a little bit, a very very quick little recap into what happened here. So the murder that took place in Taiwan. The couple went to Taiwan for vacation. The boyfriend Chan Tong Kai decided to murder his pregnant girlfriend Amber for cheating. So he returned to Hong Kong alone and he was arrested. Not for murder though. He was arrested for money laundering because he was using her money and her credit cards and bank card to buy a whole bunch of stuff. They discover her body a couple days later in Taiwan and he confessed to the whole thing. And in response, Carrie Lam amended the extradition bill. There is no extradition bill between Taiwan and Hong Kong. So officially speaking, this is what she did. She proposed an amendment to the extradition bill, allowing criminals to be extradited to China as a response. But we all know what the Chinese government and the Hong Kong government think. Taiwan is a part of China. That's what they think. And officially, that's what they said too, in their own constitution, and also vice versa. So people in Hong Kong actually sees this as an infringement of China into their basic law. And that is a whole issue now. The incarceration rate in China, you're talking about close to 99%, which is kind of scary. And it's a one party system, so everything must please the party. And the worst thing about this is that this party here, they don't serve beer. So how is it a party?
That's a shitty party. Hey, Mikey, we're still on the very first slide, just so you know.
Oh,
Um,
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I think I may have to slow down a bit because I need to. Oh, there we go. I can see now what's going on now. Because I can't see what you're seeing. I'm sorry about
Okay.
that.
We're on Carrie Lamb's extradition bill slide.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna slow it down a bit so you guys can see what I'm seeing. All right. So can you see the next bill now? So next slide. Sorry.
We're on Carrie Lamb's extradition bill still.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I had no idea this has happened. And you know you're Canadian when you apologize too much.
So if you do view show, and then share screen, it should work better for you. That's what I'm being
View
told.
show? Okay. Let's see. Let me take a look. Oops. Wrong button. Wrong button. I'm very bad with computer. Where is view show?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Yeah, never used this program before.
That's
So
not
I
my
guess I
area.
should just continue for now. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. So the five demands. Now the other slogan is the five demand, not one less. Five demand, not one less. Okay. I'm gonna be very okay. Can you see the first demand here?
Nope, it hasn't
Not
switched
yet.
slides yet.
So slow. Just like any government program
That's right. Oh,
or
it's
government
top
response.
right. Okay.
Okay. So is it loading now?
So, looking maybe in the top right for that view show button. I don't know.
Tap
Oh,
right.
here
Let's
we go.
do.
5 demands.
Oh, wow. It's really that slow. Wow. Wow. No wonder most of your presenter didn't use PowerPoint.
Right?
Yeah, I just realized it now. All right, then I'll just I'll just don't use the PowerPoint if that's okay.
Whatever you want to do. It's got the first one up there.
Okay, I'm
Or
gonna be
it's gone
very
now.
quick. It's gone now. Yeah, I just removed it. So the five demand. The first one is to withdraw the extradition bill immediately. That one was met last year after months of protests, riots, and destruction. Ouch and yikes! It was really chaotic. Then the second is an independent inquiry into the alleged police brutality and conduct. Unfortunately, this is the most unfortunate thing. Carrie Lam refused to have an independent inquiry, but she did hire about five or six independent panel from different countries to review the whole situation. And within a week, all five of them quit, saying that IPCC has no real power. Yikes. So the next thing is the retraction of the classification of the protesters as rioters. And then amnesty for the arrested protesters. And finally, universal suffrage for both the Legislative Council and the Chief Executive. Right now, the whole protest had already it's already no longer about the extradition bill. It's really about universal suffrage and the whole legislative council and the chief executive. We have the universal suffrage for the legislative council for each of the seats, but not for the chief executive. The chief executive is selected within a small community, a small committee, and so on. And there are two different camps right now in Hong Kong. The two main camps are the pro democracy camp or the pro Beijing camp. And the pro Beijing camp are known as the blue ribbon, and the pro democracy camp are known as the yellow ribbon. The libertarians in Hong Kong that's living in Hong Kong right now are very divided between both camps. We have the pro democracy camp and also pro Beijing camp, surprisingly, because the pro Beijing camp, a lot of them are from the US or Canada, they came from overseas, and they are not happy to see the destruction and all the riots going on. We're talking about, well, we will go over that a little bit more in the coming slides. In a sec, because I'm actually looking at my slides.
No problem.
This situation in here is actually quite split and quite divided, but majority of the people are on the yellow side, are on the pro-democracy side. All right, so let me go on a little bit more. So the protest going on, it's too bad that you cannot see the slides or my slide. So we have been seeing a lot of we're talking about 1 million people protests, 2 million protests last year. And right now, since the pandemic been hitting us, we had seen a lot of the smaller pockets of protests, riots in all 18 districts for different reasons. For example, demanding to close the border, demanding for different things like Carrie Lam to resign, and also stop the police, what they call the police brutality. So a lot of situation in here. It's quite clear. Like I say, there is no centralization. That's what I really want to say. When it comes to the protest, there's no central leader. So even if Carrie Lam want to talk to someone, she has no idea who she can talk to. Nobody in Beijing side know who they can talk to. That is the other unfortunate thing. So political reason wise, it's all quite chaotic. Now we also seen that medics, social worker who are working on front line being stopped, being shot at by the police, beanbag rounds, foam rounds, rubber bullet, pepper rounds, you name it. Reporters, some reporter have been shot like from head to toe. One particular reporter from Indonesia had been shot right in the eye, so she is permanently blind now in the in the right eye as a result. What happened that day is that the police were just leaving the footbridge, where a lot of reporters just scattering there. Then all of a sudden, one police officer came right back up, fired his weapon, and it hit the reporter right in the eye, and they left.
Wow.
That's the situation here. But there is one slide I have to show you because it's hit me right close to home. Because I am living in Yunlong district, which is where this event takes place, or took place. And that was July 21st incident. We called the Yunlong July 21st terror attack, where I have actually a video as well, but I don't know how well it will show. So there will be some pictures for you guys to see.
Okay.
So can you see this?
Let's give it a minute or
I'll
two
give
to
it a minute
load.
to you. Yeah, if there's any question for anybody from here. Yeah, let me know when you're seeing it.
No problem. We've got Mikey's Facebook URL scrolling there on the bottom. If anybody wants to look him up and his millions of videos there while we wait for this to load. Hi, Myra. Let's see here. Who else is in here? So I'm not able to see a whole bunch right now from my screen, but I know that we've had a few steady viewers off and on all day. It's been a long day of speakers here.
Yes, I understand that you've been on since 10 o'clock my time, so it's already 11 hours.
Yeah. I got some breaks in there, though.
Okay, that's good. Like I was at the opening ceremony, I saw my buddy Brandon, I saw Kate, I saw many, I saw Dan. And after that, listen to my buddy Thomas, and then went to bed.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's like a whole new day for you. Yeah, it's still not loaded up.
It's still not loaded up. Okay. Wow, that's not very good. So I guess
Oh,
I'm
there
not
it
gonna
is.
play.
Never mind.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Okay, I think this is better if I don't go full screen. So this is on the platform now. This is what happened on the platform at Yunlong Station at the platform. Why am I speaking in a British accent for some reason? Okay.
I didn't even notice.
Platform. I'm spending too much time with my best friend in Hong Kong. Like, so all of these men there, all of these men in white, they are armed with clubs, sticks, lead pipes, and so on. So it was pretty much out of nowhere for most of the residents. But for people who are living in Yunlong, they knew that someone's cooking up. They knew someone's cooking up, especially from Yunlong City or someone with the triad connection or a lot of the what they call the blue ribbon side. They know about this beforehand. So it was well organized. There were about 300 of them. They were gathering in Yunlong as a counter protest. but they're armed with clubs and sticks the whole day. Some of them have some kind of hard hat. The police did not stop them. The police were not there. There were actually two separate attacks on that day. So the first attack, about 200 people or 100 people showed up and just decided to had caused some small minor attack. And then the second attack was that were about 300 people, all full force. They all gathered inside the station. They went up to the station and started like attacking people. That's where you also saw the media were there. There was a legislator, elected official. As soon as he heard what happened, he took the train there from his district to see what's going on. This can you see this bloody man right there on my screen?
Yes.
Okay, he is a former reporter from TVB, one of the TV stations in Hong Kong. He was literally bloody from head to toe. On that day, pretty much anybody who were there, happened to be there, were attacked. It doesn't matter if they were protesters coming home. It did not matter if they were resident living at Yoho Town Mall, just upstairs in the mall, or they're just getting off work. It did not matter. So this is a picture of Lam Chia Ting in the right. He was hit in the face and also he was forced to defend himself. On the left, oh, can you see the picture? Sorry about that.
Yes, I can see.
Okay,
both.
good. Okay, good. So it's a lot more faster if I don't go full screen. On the left, it's Kevin. Don't know the guy, but his story is that he was a chef working at the mall, attached to the Yuen Long station. He was also forced to defend himself. He just got off work for no apparent reason, and then he had no idea what's going on. He saw all the men in white with clubs and sticks. And next thing he knew, he was forced to defend himself. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 different guys with clubs and sticks. He spent a whole week in a hospital. And to insult to injury now, you can see the slide, right?
Yes.
Right. On the street level, below the station, police were there, having a little chit chat with the man in white. We call them the triad member. You can see one of the men in white, or two of them, they are armed with clubs. And the 2 police officers, they have shields, they had different kind of weapons with them as well. Police pretty much disappear from the public on that day on both attack that night. But they were seen on the street level just spending time with the attackers. More insult to injuries. IPCC, Independent Police Commission, I forgot the full name for it, claimed that there was no collusion between the police and the white shirt triads. That was reported yesterday. The entire town in Yuen Long are pissed, mad yesterday. I'm not on either side. I'm not on the yellow side and I'm not on the blue side. I'm on a neutral side because I actually hated both sides so much as a school teacher here that they cause so much problem in here. But I am pissed as well. So many people are pissed. A lot of my relatives and friends, they're on the blue side. They are also pissed about this because it's quite obvious something's going on. That the entire attack took place for over 40 minutes, especially the second attack, no police officers showed up. Nothing happened. I even heard that some old ladies, old women, and old folks, children were also attacked as well. They just hit them. A pregnant lady was also knocked down unconscious that day. She did not have a miscarriage, so that was pretty good. Um, More insult to injury. Legislator Ulyss Ho, he was on site, on a street level, just congratulating, shaking hands with the white shirted attackers. And by the way, he's a lawyer by trade. Yuen Long is his district, or at least was, because he lost the last election. He's no longer a legislator. That's more insult to injury. So there he is again. And then it's the other attack, it's the Prince Edward attack. This one is even more severe because it's not conducted by a triad member. There were also two different attacks, and you see it in the video in here. So the background, and everybody knows this in Hong Kong, is that the police stormed into the station. They pretty much attacked anybody on site. Locked down the station, did not allow any paramedic, reporter to be on site for the full hour. Kicked everybody out. My pianist at the time, she just happened to be at Prince Edward. She was at the train before the train that happened. So you will see a lot of see a couple of videos in what's going on. So the background is that what happened. What people did not see is that there were a lot of protesters. They had a disagreement with other passengers. They assaulted them too. So see if I can go to the video. So I'm going to go to the first video. You can see the police conduct.
Are they breaking the windows? Is that what's happening?
I'll go to your comment shortly, so I cannot hear
Okay.
you.
That's brutal.
Okay, so sorry, what was the question, Dr. Dre?
So it looked like after the police entered the station and attacked whoever they could that was outside the train, it looked like they were putting something on the windows to break or remove them. Is that what was happening so that they could get in?
No, those are pepper spray. The
Oh
door
my
was already
God.
open, so they're pepper spraying pretty much anybody inside the train.
Yeah, I saw a guy with two little kids, or the person had a
There
mask
are
on, but
there are two women. Yeah, there are two
oh
women.
my God.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and that is the image that everybody saw in Hong Kong. That's exactly what happened. Now, they were responding. The reality is that they're also responding to an attack by the protesters. A lot of protesters, they got in, they destroyed a couple of things inside the station at the platform. So you can see this next video now that a lot of people did not know about. Take a look.
Okay.
Started off with an altercation between protesters and passengers. Fire extinguisher used inside on a train. See that those are protesters. They were attacking the train and people on the train as well. So one woman was pissed, was angry, had a little altercation.
Ooh.
And you also see that behind women there's a glass window. or glass door, a panel glass. That's plexiglass that's broken as well. This is something that people did not see. A lot of people did not see. My role in being libertarian is not to be biased onto either side. It's to show the whole truth into what's going on, what happened. Not just the chaotic, but because I know that CNN and the world is quite biased on one side, but the reality is both sides. We should always look into both sides into what happened and the wrong that's been conducted by both sides. The world like to sympathize with the protesters, and I understand why and understand what's going on. But the reality is that both sides are not doing exactly what they're or doing the right thing. Both sides are causing a lot of damages, and you can see that. And that's only a small taste into what happened into Hong Kong. Small taste into what's going on. A lot of people, they were assaulted by the protesters as well. Businesses, they were sabotaged, damaged, vandalized. I'm going to go to the next slide a bit. So this is called the university sieges. This is on both two of the universities. That's PolyU and the Chinese University in Hong Kong. Yeah, I have their Chinese name on here. You can see this image, right?
Yes. Lots of smoke.
Those are tear gas and smoke grenades. What happened is the protester, they made a terrible strategic mistake. They locked themselves in different universities, barricaded themselves, thinking that it would be a good fortress. And the police went in, fired tear gas, and tear gas. What happened was that they were also making different kind of explosive device, petrol bombs, and weapons inside those universities. So that's what happened there. And the police were responding to those two. So I'm not sure if you can see this. This is from The Guardian.
Yep.
Okay. This is the image from PolyU, the footbridge to PolyU. The protesters shooting themselves with umbrella, while the police are using water cannon with blue dye and tear gas inside, mixed into the water. This is inside PolyU. Okay, this is from The Guardian. Thank you, Guardian, on that. So you can see that is just the siege on PolyU. I actually spent quite a bit of time inside PolyU in the past because my ex-girlfriend used to work there. So it's hit pretty hard for the both of us. Even after we broke up and she saw all the images, she was quite heartbroken about that. And we're still in communication.
That's got to be rough for everybody over there.
It's really rough for everybody, and that's right in the heart of Hong Kong. The biggest and worst tactical mistake, and I say this again, is that they locked themselves inside the university, thinking that that is something that that would keep them safe. The reality is cut them off because they had no supply line coming in, where the police can always bring reinforcement. Luckily for the protesters inside the universities, is the fact that they had a lot of public support. We were talking about up to 80% to 90% public support for them. So people found a way. They snuck in there, bring them food, or try to find ways to sneak them out. Some protesters snuck out by crawling in a sewer. It was a very desperate 2 week siege. You can see that this is from the Hong Kong University. It was literally on fire. The city's on fire. And because it is so close to where I am, we could see smoke, we can see the fire, we can see the flame from where I am. And from my studio too, from wherever I was teaching at, I can see the flame just from across the harbor. It was extreme. The situation was extreme. They had to close down a highway because the university, Hong Kong Chinese University, is literally right beside the highway. They closed down that station and the highway. But the protesters, and I mentioned it, they're not angels themselves. So this is exactly why the libertarians living in Hong Kong it's split. Where I have a lot of friends on the yellow side and a lot of friends on the blue side. So we've seen a man being punched in the face just because he had a disagreement with the protesters. I couldn't find the footage where the old lady was assaulted because she had a disagreement with one of the protesters at Causeway Bay. We saw fights like these. This is the local. They had enough. Saw the locals because their livelihood, their businesses were affected. So they went down to the street, grabbed their clubs, sticks on Hong Kong Island at North Point, and started attacking the protesters. But it was no use. They were outnumbered and surrounded. And the protester fought back with umbrellas. That was their weapon of choice, because that's all they can get. And we also saw this man. This is right by my music studio in Ma On Shan. Had a little disagreement with another protester. They were arguing. Next thing you knew, they spray him with the flammable liquid and then lit the guy on fire. That's something you will not see in a lot of the news network overseas, and we see those every time. The reality is that a lot of people, yes, still support the movement, but they're also disgusted with some of those random acts of violence. But they supported it because they are very angry with what's going on with the Hong Kong government, with the Legislative Council, and they're very angry with the Chinese authorities, with Beijing, because there was supposed to be one country, two system for 50 years, where Beijing, under the agreement with the leader at the time, the that was Tang Xiao, not that, yeah, that was Tang Xiaoping, to respect the basic law in Hong Kong, to respect what's going on in Hong Kong. And Tang Xiaoping famously said that you can have 50 years if you need. So if you need another 50 years, have another 50 years. And Hong Kong people felt that they were not respected. The agreement was broken. So that's why they are protesting. And then another, this is another slogan. That's not the official slogan behind this man right here. He's actually lighting up a bank beside him. Not sure where that is. It's burn with us. If we burn, then you burn with us. That's how angry people are in Hong Kong. A lot of people in the US, a lot of the people, they're thinking that, oh, we would like to trade any of the Karens or Democrats with the protesters in Hong Kong. Now, after seeing what I'm seeing in Hong Kong, I'm not sure if that is a wise decision. I know they're passionate. I know that they're passionate about what they're doing. But this is not something that I can condone because they initiate a lot of force, lots of attack into bystander, into businesses. Simply, they had a disagreement. I cannot condone to that myself.
Right.
But the police themselves had not been doing a good job. So, and this is the next title is Police False Flag. This is a police officer dressed up as a protesters. This is already admitted by the police commission. She was also throwing petrol bombs. You saw that she had a sidearm. In Hong Kong, we don't have the right to bear arms. The British came, they confiscated all the firearms because they believe that the British can protect you. Because, well, the real reason is that they will not overthrow the British at the time. The British, fortunately, have practiced laissez-faire and free market and freedom of speech so much and so well that people in Hong Kong actually love it so much. And that's what they're fighting for. And then here's another one. This is from Shanghai Station. This man right here is a police officer. It is confirmed by the police commission as well. The station was already in a lockdown. No one could get in, no one can get out. So some people saw what happened, took videos and pictures. And next morning, the station was completely vandalized. They had to close down the station. And we also see police officers dressed up as protesters. These are actually police officers. They're arresting protesters. Some of them, we have seen them, we even question them, I would say, if that's them, if the police officer dress up as protesters and set the high court on fire. Because we saw those men in black with some kind of armband to identify themselves. Usually they wear some kind of armband or something to identify themselves so they will not be mistakenly arrested by riot police. You see that many of them right here, these three men, they are actually police officers. This is all confirmed by the police commission at the time. So that's the situation. Now, because of all the protests, it actually inspired quite a bit of arts and culture. Hopefully you can see this man. Can you see him?
Yes.
Yeah. This is Hong Kong. No, not quite Sparta, but you get the idea. So the idea is that they are very much against communism. And we also see walls like these. Those are Lenin wall, and guess what? This is a big giant sticker that's stuck right to the wall. Someone designed it, painted it, and stick it right to the wall. I've seen sticker like these using sticky notes. Someone will actually use sticky notes to arrange a pattern like this. And we also remember this whole thing where people were gathering with their cell phones and they were forming a human line. We're talking about kilometers long human line to protest. This is right on top of the Lion Rock overseeing Kowloon site in Hong Kong. And the sculpture. The sculpture has already been taken down. I heard it's been destroyed already. They call this the Statue of Liberty for Hong Kong. Okay, so this is a little bit about Hong Kong right now. Oh, hello there, Kate. Didn't see
Hey,
you there
Mikey.
until now.
Yeah, they brought me up because I've been watching your presentation and seeing the videos and the images, and I have just been uh, just taken aback. I know a lot of people are also just taken aback by seeing some of these images that we don't see, in our media, even though they're reporting on some, but my God, like you've definitely got a different viewpoint than what we have gotten over here. But I've had just so many questions watching this. Here the media has portrayed the protesters as liberty fighters. And as libertarians, we talk about fighting liberty, but we also talk about peace and we talk about the non-aggression principle. And, is this something that is being taught or conveyed over there as well, that yes, sometimes you have to get violent? Because I mean, we've had the American Revolution, and France had to have a revolution as well, and it got violent. Is there a way to talk to them about the non-aggression principle and liberty being like hand in hand, or is it just too far gone?
I want to say that and I still want to believe that there is a chance that both sides can finally sit down and talk it out. I remember Ron Paul said something about it's best for both sides to talk something like to talk it out as well, if I remember correctly. But it's been a while, so I don't quite remember. But I also believe that it's too far gone now. Especially there's so much allegation about police corruption, the legislation corruption, and now this is all this information in here. It's you're not even up to date anymore because there's so much. As I was making this PDF, this whole PowerPoint presentation, what happened is that yesterday and a couple of days, this whole week, all of a sudden a bunch of new stuff just came out. The Legislative Council just did. Like there was a fight last week inside the Legislative Council, and they had to shut down the Legislative Council for 1 whole hour because a fight broke out. Because Starry Chan and several pro-Beijing side, they decided to take the chairman seat. And a lot of people felt that they did not have the right to do that. Even though they lost the election, and it was a landslide, 90% of the seats now belong to the pro-democracy side.
So where do you think Hong Kong goes from here? I mean, like, especially with COVID, I don't know how, I mean, being in China, COVID really affected everything. And of course, people have been asking what has happened with COVID, how much has it affected the protests? Where does Hong Kong go from here? Where is that like leading?
All right, I'm going to use an American expression. It's going to go south. And
hey, South ain't bad. South ain't bad, y'all.
All right, I'm gonna really exaggerate this expression here. If we go any further south, we'll be the South Pole.
Oh boy.
That's how bad it is. The economy, it's as bad as you can get. We had a soft form of lockdown because of COVID-19. Stores, restaurants, a lot of them closed. Were forced to close down. Ocean Park, the theme park in Hong Kong, they are in trouble right now. They are probably going to go bankrupt within the month. So one viewer asked, how's the pandemic affecting the situation? That's horrific. Because Hong Kong, we are an importing and exporting service-based city. We don't really produce that much, except for soy sauce, fish, bread, and maybe some fried rice and sweet and sour pork. That's a joke.
I got that. So yeah, basically after any mention of COVID over here, any coverage of the protest dropped off completely. We didn't see or hear another word about it. But what I find most interesting is when you were going through the pictures and telling it and explaining what things were, I can't believe that you have so many confirmed, that the police confirmed, yep, that was us. We totally did that. Yeah, that was us committing crimes and lighting stuff on fire, dressed up as protesters. I cannot believe that they've already come out and admitted that. Normally over here, if and when that happens, it takes a years long process dragging them over glass to get them to admit any wrongdoing.
Are they intentionally instigating to show
They
violence to try to illegitimize the protesters' claim to liberty?
I'm gonna comment a couple of things. First of all, yes, that they are doing that. At the same time, they see this as an illegal gathering or illegal protest. Even though protest is guaranteed under the basic law in Hong Kong, that is the Hong Kong's constitution, but they will still need to quote unquote apply for a permit for that, which is kind of silly if you ask me. And they've been doing that since the colonial time. Now, to say that, now my other comment, my other side is that to claim that the protesters are fighting for liberty, I also do not agree with that statement as well. Because many of them are, of course, instigating so much violence and so on. And they also do not, we also saw that they were attacking people just for disagreement. That is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is both sides. They have a disagreement, they talk it through, and then they agree to disagree. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as libertarians, we again, non-aggression principle is something we adopt, and we don't want to be the aggressor, but you know, it's a kind of a defending themselves. You know, that's the reason why you have revolutions, and sometimes they get violent, is because sometimes you just have to defend yourself. Is that what has sparked it? Was there a lot of violence from the government to the people, and the protesters were just like, I can't take it anymore, so we're just gonna have to play your game? Because I mean, again, like the French Revolution and the American Revolution was the same thing. We dealt with a whole bunch of violence, and we responded in kind, going, look,
Yes.
we sent you these documents, like, you're not helping us out. We're trying to talk, but you're not doing it, so we're going to speak your language. You know, is that a parallel, or is there something more we're not seeing from the media, you know, reporting on our end?
It's a parallel. I will say that right now, it's a parallel, even though I'm from a neutral side. About several years ago, we had the Occupy movement, and they were shot at as well. And Anonymous Hong Kong and the people, the democracy side for Hong Kong, they promised that they would be back and there would be violence. And in this protest, early on in this protest, what happened is that yes, they were originally a little more peaceful, and then all of a sudden in May and in June, the police decided to shoot at reporters, and they responded with violence. So it is sort of like that. And they took a lot of inspiration from the French Revolution and from the American Revolution as well. Because I'm a Canadian, so our quote unquote independence was a lot more peaceful. We did not have to pick up arms. All we just had to do is just pick up a donut and that's it, or pick up a hockey stick. Oh, we just talked to the Queen and our representatives say, hey, we just want to form our own country. We don't want to become a British colony anymore. Okay, sure. There you go. Yeah, will you guys want some Tim Horton coffee with that? Sure. That's how it worked in Canada. But I know that didn't work out that way for you guys.
Yeah, and you know, of course, France is kind of, they still remember some of their revolution, but it seems like Americans tend to hold on to ours a lot more than like the French do. And of course, there's other revolutions out there we can speak to, but I mean, those two are some of the biggest ones that you know, worldwide you can kind of talk about. But I have been on the side of the protesters this whole time, but I knew that I wasn't 100% on board, because I knew there was something that there's a lot of puzzle pieces missing. But yeah, you and I can have a conversation about that later, because I know we're running out of time and such. But I definitely have more questions, and I'm going to let Dre take on from here. But you and I can hook up later and just chat.
Sure, sounds good. Sounds good.
Thanks, Mikey.
All right.
Thanks, Dre.
No problem. No problem.
No problem.
And
Well,
thank you, Kate.
This is the end of day one of the first Taxation is Theft Fest. Thank you so much for joining us. Mikey, thank you so much for sharing
Yeah.
all of that information and video with us that we don't really get to see. We'll definitely keep up with you going forward because they aren't showing us much over here. So please stay safe and keep us updated
Sure.
as to what's going on the ground over there.
Okay, I just have one final thought for everyone in here. This coming Thursday, I am going to be hosting a event in regards to your health and your immune system. You guys just saw that when you announced me, you also announced that I am a fitness coach as well. So you mind if I do it very quickly?
Sure.
Okay, sure. So I'm gonna go to. So, first of all, I just want to say, hey, I have to thank Jack Lloyd and the philosopher for making this picture for me. Taxation is theft and so on. So, but my little mission statement that I found is to create a healthy movement, a movement for healthy families and individuals so they can live the life that they want as a health coach and a fitness coach. What happened is that I have my family, for example, my uncle, he died from a heart attack at age 56. And heart attack and cardiovascular disease is actually common in my family. My grandfather died at 60. My grandma also died from a heart attack as well, and it's quite common there. So that's actually inspired me to study nutrition and study what's going on there. And my uncle is actually is one of those what you call skinny fat, or at least he was. And my dad is really overweight as well. So that was me just over a year ago. I was about 30 pounds overweight. I looked at myself. I looked disgusting. So the risk of diabetes, obesity is type 2 diabetes, inflammation, cancer, so on. So what I do is that I want to introduce people to live like one of my clients in here, one of my friends in here, to transform from the left to the right as well. So you guys are more than welcome to scan this QR code right here, and I will see you guys next Thursday as well. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you, Mikey. We will see you guys back here in a couple minutes to wrap up with the host panel with Dan.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing me aboard.
Absolutely. It was so great to meet you. We'll
Thanks,
see you guys.
Mikey.
All right, ciao for now.
Bye-bye.
Everyone, we're just getting the panel together. It'll be just a minute or two, or maybe even less. It depends on how quickly Dan pulls himself into the stream to get this started. So just bear with us for a few moments while we reset and get ready.
Hey, there we go. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, buddy.
Awesome. Wow.
We did it. We did it.
We did it. Day one is done.
Woo!
Wow. That
I'm
was
a
awesome.
marathon question.
Cheers.
Oh,
Cheers.
I need to get my cocktail. And I noticed LK, when he started his, he said he just finished up a martini, which was awesome. And Brandon, watching you interview him, that was really amazing because you seem to be quite a bit of a history buff yourself.
I'm not at all. I know jack shit about history.
Really?
I'm not even joking.
You totally fooled me.
I'm a philosophy guy, so there's a little bit of overlap, but no,
Okay.
I was totally BSing.
Well, if Dan got excited, I definitely have to go back and watch that. I was so enthralled with Mikey at the end, like that. The images just was insane.
Oh, Mikey's a terrific human being. He's one of the big movers and shakers. He's not even advertising it, which he's actually asked me not to go over this, but I'm going to do it anyways. He's a big mover and shaker in the green tech industry, BG Greenie. But terrific work for Being Libertarian Canada. He's helped us out with a lot of the growth there, but he's got a good libertarian head on his shoulders. I can tell you that.
Amazing. Awesome. Yeah, this was wow. There was
throwing Dre into as many situations where he wasn't exactly ready to go on stream yet as I could. I was trying to give her warning, but he wasn't watching the right chat, so I'd be like, okay, you're going up.
I totally thought you knew you were on.
Oh my
God. So, yeah, the McAfee.
McAfee, I can't wait to go see what the hell
You had a good 2 minutes where you thought
you were like, I can't say this on air, so it's a good thing we're not on air. And we're all just like, Ray, you're on air.
I don't think you said anything that was really that damaging, though, did you?
No.
There was a couple of confessions there that I think you might not have otherwise made.
I mean, it's okay because you're totally broadcasting from the living room of your other house in Colorado. So, yeah. And of course, it's all being rerouted through my channel, which is in Mexico. So, yeah. What are they going to do?
Different laws. Good luck finding out which one I broke when.
Right. And I'm sure McAfee was logged in through a VPN. So, but I thought that was really interesting that he was talking about his tax issue, because that's actually something I wanted to know a little bit more about in the past, because I've been talking to a lot of these guys like Dave Champion and Paymon Motadeh. I think I'm saying his name right. I know, Scott, you had a little difficulty with that one too. And then of course Joe Bannister is going to be on tomorrow night, which that would be a great question to ask him. What's because from what I know about the IRS from talking to these guys is McAfee should not be in trouble unless he's completely misunderstanding the charges. But that sounds like total bullshit. Of course, we know the government does like to do total bullshit. But these might be some of the guys who can help McAfee out, because how fucking awesome would it be if we could team him up with somebody that could clear his name? And I mean, not that he'd probably want to come back, because I mean, I'm a traveler. I can totally understand where he's coming from, and he's been living in Belize for so many years. So, but whatever, it would be nice to have that option. How awesome would it be if we made that connection and helped to clear his name?
I mean, that would be phenomenal, and we should, if we made that connection and something came about it, like, run with it, especially with taxation as that.
Yeah, let's right, because they're trying to make an example out of him, just the way they did of Wesley Snipes. And I know Payman talked about the Wesley Snipes case a little bit. And that was really interesting, because I know Payman he's got so much. He actually asked if we could give him 4 hours of the fest to talk. And we had so many speakers that it wasn't going to be possible, but we did have a last minute cancellation, which just so happened to be right during Paymon's second hour. So that totally worked out. Unfortunately, one of our speakers got ill, and that's really been tragic, because I know, a lot of people on our team are dealing with everything from illness, whether it's personal or in the family. And I really want to thank you guys for, putting up with this whole thing. You're really doing an awesome job. I know this is a huge amount of work. We've also got some other amazing people behind the scenes that are helping out in so many different ways. They're helping to make sure that we're sharing these streams on social media, making sure that we've got all of our speakers in order and everybody's showing up on time. There's so much going on behind the scenes. So I really hope everybody is enjoying this show and everything that we're putting into this. Yeah, I guess anybody else have any favorite moments?
I liked being. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, it's all you. It's all you.
I really liked getting pulled into Robin's presentation. That was a lot of fun. I have seen him speak before, and I've taken his class. It was years back, so I don't remember anything. Or I took away some things, but not like all of it. And being pulled in and just having to rethink the paradigm, being stuck in our own paradigms. And libertarians, like, we're really stuck in our paradigms, just as much so as, far right wingers and far leftists. So it's definitely a way to try to break down those barriers and try to spread some liberty. But I really enjoy Robin's energy and his message. And that is definitely one speaker I highly recommend. Everybody needs to go seek out, his book, his classes, and just when you get the opportunity to go see him live, go do it.
Awesome.
Mine was speculating on what sort of foreign substances John McAfee had ingested prior to his talk.
He could not sit still or stop touching his nose. Oh, man.
I don't know what it was. I don't have enough familiarity with narcotics. I'm a complete novice with this. I know there's something.
He seemed very well balanced today.
Comparatively.
Could have been allergies.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been. He could have had a bunch of coffee and some allergies going on. I don't know.
Yeah, Arvin Vora also had allergies, but I'm pretty sure those are actual allergies.
Oh, wow. Yeah, on Robin's talk, that was actually really interesting. I enjoyed that one too, because there was, where he was talking about like the rectangle and whether it's
square.
Yeah, whether it's a square.
That's the truth. It's a square.
Or whether it was a bunch of lines. And like, man, there's so many different ways you can look at that as a libertarian, where like some people look at the federal government as a government, and then other people look at it as, no, it's just a federation of smaller governments. That's one of mine. Or like the United States versus with a capital U versus with a lowercase u. Like some of those things that like I notice a lot of libertarians talk about and reference, but they're using the same words that everybody else uses, and when they say them, it's they're picturing in their head something completely different from what everybody else is. So I thought that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, my next favorite, sorry, was seeing the look on Spike's face when we told him a mosh dropped out. Like, that was freaking awesome. And there were comments on it. They were like, oh my gosh, look at Spike's face. Like, he is totally blown away. That was a lot of fun. And then, of course, the surprise guest of Vermin Supreme, that was a lot of fun. And his little titty dance show.
He did a titty dance?
I flipped over and I thought he was...
We all did. It was so much fun.
Oh my God, I'll have to go watch that.
Yes, you definitely do, because it was amazing.
Yeah, I got to catch up on that one.
The first video, like we were talking earlier about, we need to go through and cut all these so that we have a video for every person and put them up on the YouTube and everything. That probably needs to be the first one.
Yeah, so we're I'm trying to download the recording right now from one of the sessions. Yeah, I'm really anxious to get started on this. I'll probably be uploading them all week. But yeah, this was really fun. This is amazing. We're only halfway through. We've worked out so many of the tech issues. I think we've got this. We've got. Gonna be a lot further. Yeah, it's and this is what Raptor and I have been talking about he keeps saying, when this is all over, we need to like create the perfect software. And I'm like, oh man, I wish we had the time and money for that. Because the platform we're using, it really is very simple and powerful. But at the same time, it makes it a little bit difficult to do some of the things that we want to do. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's been really fun and exciting, and of course,
thank you, Myra. Christian worked really hard on that.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was very awesome.
I was salty that I wasn't able to play ads on our side because of the issues where I couldn't. I don't have the physical tech that John does, so I couldn't do the things that he was doing as easily.
Yeah, and it's these, and this is like one of the features. It would be amazing. I'm probably getting too technical, but like if we could upload those videos into the system and use that as like part of the assets, but like then this system becomes like one of those $50,000 boxes that we'd use it. But like that's the advancement of technology. I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, like 10 years ago, it would have taken you a $50,000 box just to do what we're doing here. on a service that like is what, 20, 30 bucks a month. So
Yeah.
it really is going in an amazing direction. And I mean, wow, podcasts are going to be putting out like Hollywood quality production within the next 5 years. I mean, we're already getting there.
I mean, that's great and all, but I want to see taxation as theft in person.
Yes, we absolutely want to do that. And you know, I know like we already have a lot of speakers. We already have a lot of people who want to do this moving forward. So once
you know how to put it on in Omaha, we've done this already.
Once we make it through this, we're going to put it somewhere that's got a really major airport next to it, though.
Eppley's a major airport.
It's an international airport.
Okay, yeah, so is McAllen.
I don't know what that is.
Hey.
Oh,
I lived in McAllen, and I had to fly in and out of that airport I don't know how many times, and they only have 2 airlines and they don't go anywhere except to like Dallas and Houston, so you can get a layover to like wherever else you're going.
Ours goes to Denver, Houston, and Minneapolis, so there.
He's mentioning it because I'm on the convention committee for LP Texas, and we chose McAllen.
Which, hey, it's a fun little town. I was actually looking forward to going back. Of course, I was going to fly into.
Hey, you are coming, right?
Oh, are we actually having a thing?
Yes, it's happening in McAllen. We just moved the dates.
That's right. So
Yay.
I'm actually really excited because I'm flying into the bigger airport, which is actually in Reynosa on the other side of the border. I'm flying there and driving across because it's actually, get this, if I fly to McAllen from Mexico, it's like probably going to be $300-400 round trip. If I fly to Reynosa, which is like a 10-minute car ride away, it's like $50 round trip.
Holy crap.
Yeah. It's, you know why? Taxes. Like they don't even like, I don't even know what they call it, but it's just like taxes and fees and all this other nonsense. But they're charging you like all these, like they're charging you for immigration and customs and like they charge you to go through.
Yeah, that and the airline is getting charged for taxes on fuel and just operating. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah.
Yep.
Well, maybe we should have a video of you crossing the border as you enter into Texas.
I should. I'm gonna do that with my I'll put my body cam on and do that.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, let me know. I'll make it happen somehow on my side.
Awesome.
I'll be there early anyway because I've got to, plan all the parties and the fun stuff. So, yay!
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
We're gonna wake up again and do it again tomorrow. So I'm gonna go get some sleep. I recommend you guys do the same. Zach's already passing out.
No.
Good advice.
What's that?
Dre cheated. She got a nap in the middle of the day.
Ah.
Literally 5 minutes.
Hey, that's more than any of us got last night.
Almost like a fucking tease.
All right, guys. It's been awesome.
That nap was basically just the tip. Is that what you're saying? All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
All the best.